Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. Hope you all can hear me clearly. We will be streaming on YouTube tonight. Let me know, you all out there, if you can hear me. The sound is good, the video is good before we get started for tonight. And while we're waiting here, I'm just getting Blogtalk set up. So we'll be starting here soon. Okay, I do see people here saying that everything is loud and clear, so that's good. So we will be streaming here live tonight here on YouTube. So it should be just another few moments getting this Blogtalk set up and we will get started. All right, Blogtalk is set up, so let me go ahead and call in and we'll get started as soon as I am in.
Welcome to Blogtalk Radio.
To start your show now, press 1.
Your show is scheduled to start in 19 seconds. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blogtalk Radio.
The Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said flee and get out of it around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High Ahijah. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon. For the spoiler shall come unto her from the north, saith the Most High Ahia. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall call the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High Ahia afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escaped the destruction that's coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God Ahia afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. Because that's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. We are confounded, because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their gods. Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus, Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High Ahia, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. But what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching here? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his whole program because you don't believe them?
The founder and executive chairman of WEF, Dr. Professor Schwab.
His program was before us, and it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there. There's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead man.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakathon, Marthawada. Peaceful Sabbath bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another broadcast of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon, here for the Gathering of Christ Church. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy here on this broadcast. It is June 10th, 2022, 7:13 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I pray you brothers and sisters out there are well this evening, that you've had a blessed week. Definitely the weeks are moving faster and faster. The days are definitely flying by, and more and more challenging, it seems, from week to week, day to day. So much things are coming out right now. So many things are happening right now. So I pray you brothers and sisters out there are safe, doing well, and are blessed as we are getting ready to go into the weekly Sabbath, the seventh day of the week, starting at sundown, which is Friday night, hence the title, Friday Night Sabbath, starts the Shabbat, or the Sabbath day. So I want to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High Ahia. That's the Most High God's name in the Hebrew. His son, whose name is Yeshaya in the Hebrew, whom the world calls Jesus Christ. as well as the Holy Spirit, which is Ruach in the Hebrew. Okay. I want to give all praises for being here for another Sabbath, to be able to show the heavens and the heavenly realm that we are in tune and following as a sign to our Heavenly Father, that we are following Him and not following the course of this world, being that the world reveres the first day of the week, which is Sunday, as a Sabbath day. So these are signs, and anytime we get an opportunity to partake in this day to show Him that we are following and serving Him, obedient to Him, it's always a blessing. All right. It's also a blessing to be here before you, brothers and sisters. It's never promised to be here for our bi-weekly broadcast that we have going right now, as there's so many things going on. It's always challenging to get through all the weekly tasks, the daily tasks, to put together the information, to be able to be here before you in a presentable form and make sure the information flows and is on point with what we're looking to accomplish with what we're bringing out. All right. So all praises and thanks for being here. And, probably try to keep things condensed within a 3-hour space with the information tonight, but definitely very jam-packed full of very, very good information what we're talking about. So let me go ahead and get tonight's title before we go into the announcements. We will be on YouTube tonight. So for those that are wondering where we're going to be, here or Twitch, we will be on YouTube tonight. And we'll go into that here in a moment. But the title for tonight's broadcast, we have Davos 2022 and the upcoming economic hurricane. Davos 2022 and the upcoming economic hurricane. So for those out there, some of you may understand what some of this means and some of what the title is referring to, and some of you may not. Don't get bent out of shape. We're going to go through the information tonight so that you can understand what the title means. How does this relate to end time events and Bible prophecy? All right, with the current news that's being reported in the mainstream media. All right. But before we go in with the information tonight, I want to let everyone know again, we will be here on YouTube tonight, so you can listen to us if you would like to watch or listen through YouTube. We are on GOCC Southwest here on YouTube. You can search for it. You can put youtube.com/GOCC Southwest in your address bar. It'll take you straight to the church channel where you will see the live stream, where you must click on the live stream and we pop up right here. Okay. We are also doing a simulcast through Blogtalk. So for those of you who would like to call in, you may have a comment, question, anything you would like to add, feel free. The guest call-in number is 515-605-9327. 515-605-9327. And you can press the number 1 once you called in to Blogtalk if you have any comments, questions, or anything you would like to add to the broadcast by speaking. And I will check the call lines periodically to see who may be looking to chime in. All right. So those are the ways that you can listen in to this broadcast. And we also have the church backup channel where the broadcasts that are streamed through Twitch are uploaded to Odyssey. Odyssey.com. Look for GOCC Southwest on Odyssey.com. The link is in the description. And also under the About section of this channel, you also have the Odyssey. You have the Odyssey actual link that you can click on to take you straight to the Odyssey channel for GOCC Southwest. Odyssey has revamped their website. Their videos are loading as soon as you click on the video. There's no more wait times, no more latency, none of that. So Odyssey has definitely, stepped their game up. They're performing better when it comes to the speed at which videos load for you to watch them. So if you can't find the video here on YouTube, you can find it on Odyssey for the broadcast that we've done. Because, of course, on this particular platform, there's only so much that we can say. Certain topics we can't talk about. And so those broadcasts have to go to other platforms where we still have the ability to do that. So tonight, there are some things I had to leave out. There's a lot of things I wanted to go into, but won't be able to talk about those things. Have to save them for another broadcast for Twitch. But nonetheless, definitely a lot of information to go through tonight, and very, very important to understand the social political climate, what's going on in the world right now. So we understand prophecy and how all this was prophetically proclaimed throughout scriptures. And, we're just living in these times to where what the prophets of old saw through dreams and visions, we're actually living these times. And so it helps to keep us on point, helps to keep us sharp, so we don't get distracted by things going on in the world that they will look to distract us with, that are more so paying attention to the signs and the prophetic events, so that, like Christ warned, we would not get caught like a thief in the night. Okay? It's very easy to get lackadaisical, in this world when you're quote unquote woke, or what you would call awakened. Very easy to get distracted. And so when we see these prophetic events, it actually and should hopefully help to motivate us and keep us inspired to not get distracted or fall victim to the distractions. And so we'll be pointing out and identifying the glitches in the matrix that they would look to distract us with, because you got a lot of nonsense going on out here. And I'm not talking about what's going on in the black entertainment realm. You got all these stories out here where, this celebrity, that celebrity. I'm not talking about that nonsense. I'm talking about when the news comes on and they're telling you this is going on or that's going on. A lot of distractions. And if you're not grounded, you can get caught up in the hysteria and the fear, and next thing you know, you're in a stampede running off the cliff. All right. So we like to bring some gravity and put everything on the table. Let some alternative sources come in, some independent researchers come in, let them speak, so we can have a balance of our thinking when it comes to what's being reported or maybe what's not being reported, so we can weigh it to understand whether or not what we want to believe is really going on in our reality right now. Okay. So let everyone know we are on YouTube tonight. Share it through your social media, email, texting, however you can share it. Make sure you let everybody know where we are. Also, we have the Hebrew and Bible Academy. I believe we're coming up upon week 3. So if you're not enrolled and you would like to get enrolled, or you would like more information, go to historytimes.org. You better get in and get it while the getting is good, because the information is coming out like never before, and there's only so much time before the access will be cut off, and we will wish that we had access to the information. Okay, so don't let the information pass you by if you have the opportunity to be in the classroom, to be able to soak it all up. Okay. We also have the church main YouTube channel, A Gathering 144, as well as the backup channel, GOCC NYC. Make sure you're subscribed to those YouTube channels to get the weekly Sabbath lessons on Saturdays. We also have the Wednesday broadcast, the Wednesday live streams. The church website, gatheringofchrist.org, where you can find even more information about the church. Pretty much everything you're wanting to know when it comes to the Gathering of Christ Church can be found there. And I believe that's about it for the announcements. I don't think I'm missing anything. So let's go ahead and dive on in. Let me just check the chat, make sure everything is going well. And in the chat, and then we'll get going. Someone says, can we do an hour here and rest on Twitch. So I would have to ask why we would switch and go over there. Maybe because the information you want to hear the other information that I'm saying we can't talk about. Well, the information is there, but I didn't prepare it to be brought out tonight. So I'm not prepared to go over to Twitch. So it's typically we're either going to be here or on Twitch. I only come here to let everyone know where we're going to be if we're going to be on Twitch. But switching midstream would kind of be awkward for probably a lot of people. But and someone else is asking, why aren't we on Twitch? Well, YouTube is a more popular platform. I would say more people tend to not have issues using Twitch. I mean, more people tend to have more issues when they use Twitch. YouTube tends to work better for people. So it's just more beneficial if we're able to do it on YouTube to do it here. And then just save Twitch for the broadcast that maybe could end up with us getting some pushback from this platform. So, but don't worry, the information that we have, we'll go into it. We'll go into it. Don't worry. I mean, we have enough to talk about tonight. It's not like this is going to be an hour-long broadcast and we got 2 hours of Twitch information. We got enough to do 3 hours tonight, and be more than enough information for everyone to digest and chew on. All right. So no worries. And then it gives us, not going overboard. Sometimes we can go overboard with the info, and I too must get my rest. It's been a long day, long week, and it gives us more information for the next time to make sure we have a full broadcast of information for our next broadcast. All right, so let's go ahead and also just to say real quick, our last broadcast we did on the monkeypocalypse. I really do believe we will be having a part 2. Seeing some more information coming out when it comes to this so-called monkeypox pandemic that they're saying is here and has arrived. That they predicted, through a monkeypox war drill simulation over a year ago. And then they predicted it would start in May, in the middle of May, and of course, right around the middle of May is whenever the first case popped up here in America. And then Bill Gates later, at the end of last year, proclaimed that a monkeypox terrorist attack was coming. So I do believe we have a part 2, a redux of monkeypox, the monkeypocalypse. So stay tuned for that also. But for tonight. And yes, George will be there. I mean, as a matter of fact, you can see him. He's chilling in the background, so he's always around, always hanging around, and giving an ear from afar. But yeah, next monkeypox stream we do, then yeah, he'll want to be up close and personal with that. All things considered. So. But let's go ahead and go into what we have for tonight. So for tonight, what we have is Davos 2022 and the upcoming economic hurricane. Davos 2022 and the upcoming economic hurricane. So let us first deal with Davos 2022 or 2022. Yes. So the last broadcast we were doing on the monkeypocalypse and talking about the monkey business, right? And Davos 2022 popped up on one of the articles we had. Interesting. It was there right in our face. And here it is 2 weeks later. Information has been coming out on this meeting that was held from May 22nd to May 26th. with the World Economic Forum, who we seem to be talking about almost every single day, this New World Order globalist organization and their plans for society in the whole world, the whole globe. Well, they recently had a meeting from May 22nd to 26th. All right. The cat's out the bag. The birds are chirping and letting it be known what went on at this meeting. So we're going to start there with this Davos 2022 meeting, okay? And I want to get a video that is actually on CNN leading right before the Davos 2022 meetup. I want to check out a video here off of YouTube. Let me pull it up here. We'll get started here tonight. And the name of this video is Global Economy is Out of Balance, says World Economic Forum founder. So it's interesting that we have a broadcast that's dealing with the upcoming economic hurricane. And the title for this news piece is The Global Economy is Out of Balance. So let's see what's going on here. It says Davos 2022, new agenda at first summit since pandemic. So this is the first Davos meetup since the lockdown of the DVOC 91. I'm going to say DVOC 91. It's backwards, so for those, do the math. If you don't understand, it's what happened in 2020 that they said was the worst virus since known to man. DVOC 91, okay? So let's check this out and see what's going on here with the comedy news network known as CNN.
The founder and executive chairman of WEF, Dr. Schwab, Professor Schwab, says this year's event is more important than ever, given the challenges that the world is facing. Klaus Schwab says it's crucial that leaders meet in person as it helps create trust between them.
You see every day how the world is falling apart.
So we start here with one of the devil's favorite sons. And the first words he uses is, you see how the world is falling apart. All right. And very interesting opening line there by this hideous looking son of Satan. All right. The world is falling apart.
You see every day how the world is falling apart with the different crises which we have to manage. And you can exchange in small circles ideas, you can take certain decisions, but it was so important to bring the global community, the global stakeholder community, together in person again, because it's only the personal interaction which creates trust, or which recreates trust.
Isn't the reality, then, that everything that Davos stands for is on the verge of failure? Give you an example. Number one, the war in Ukraine. All the idea of some sort of common views on a European way forward. Number two, China. Unilaterally shut down, everybody else is open. Number three, we're failing on our climate targets. So what's the purpose?
First, Davos never has been as important as it is now, particularly for the...
So first, Davos has never been more important than it is now, because you have this guy, I forget his name, Quest. I think his name is Quest. Okay, he's always trying to take you on some wild journey and quest into Never Land. He asked, well, isn't Davos and the WEF a failure? with the fact that all these things that are happening in the world, this is what you have been said that y'all were established to prevent, but yet and still it's happening anyway. And what is Satan's son? What is his response?
First, Davos never has been as important as it is now.
First, Davos has never been more important than it is now. So how convenient for this global organization that all these things are happening in our world, coincidentally, conveniently, to make this organization more important now, so that now they can give us the solution out of the hole called the world is falling apart every day. How convenient. Let Devil's son speak here.
Particularly for the reasons you mentioned. We cannot prevent the war in Ukraine. We
cannot prevent the war in Ukraine. How is that? How is it's like the war in Ukraine is unpreventable. It's unstoppable. Where does that exist in reality? Wars can stop at any day. We're going to talk more about that later. Wars can cease at any moment. All it takes is a truce. So why is it that war can't stop? Because if it stops, then their agenda, they cannot push their agenda through that war. So keep Ukraine and the war, this so-called war. Okay, because I don't know, you even heard anything about anything going on over there. The people are outside barbecuing. Everything is fine. Everybody's living their life normal over there. But somehow there's a war there. Okay? But just keep in mind that being one of the biggest factors to what they're using as the scapegoat to why our reality is falling apart right now. Okay? So they said that war is unstoppable. Can't prevent it.
In Ukraine. We cannot take away COVID and so on.
Oh,
but we
can't take away DOCC 91 either. You mean to tell me there's never been in the history of the world eradication of disease? So DOCC 91 is also unstoppable, an unstoppable force. Again, because if it is able to be eradicated, then therefore they could no longer use it as a reason or excuse to bring forth the solutions that come with it existing. Okay, so these are the things we must, when we're listening to these things, we must understand it from a proper reality perspective and not from the so-called great narrative. Remember, this is the same man, and I don't even know if you can call him a man, but for the sake of this broadcast, this man, Schwab, okay, he wrote the book, The Great Narrative, as well as The Great Reset, okay, but they must come with this great narrative to get people to buy into the solution. Okay, so understanding that, then now we can hear the conversation here and think more critically and challenge what's really going on and what they're really saying. Is it true, or are we being narrated into a fairy tale?
Create coordinated responses to those challenges, and that's what we are doing. And those challenges need the cooperation of business, civil society, and of course mainly politics.
Right, so why didn't you invite Russians? Because if dialogue is so important, then wouldn't it have been better to have had those non-sanctioned Russians at the table?
You are right, but at the end, the decision what Russia will do depends on Putin. And you have seen Guterres, Macron, and so on trying to build a bridge. So the time is not yet ripe, but we are ready and we have announced it as soon as the time is ripe to offer our bridge building capabilities again.
The bridge building capabilities will be important. Yes.
Fair use. Fair use.
But don't you need a moment of introspection to ask, how did it go so wrong? How did, Davos, and when I say Davos, I don't mean you personally, I mean the community, spent decades trying to bring Russia into the global community and be part of the global community, only for President Putin to literally go the opposite direction and start a war.
Yes, and we regret it. But if you look at global affairs, some certain developments go into the right direction, and even the Forum and even Davos cannot prevent that certain issues are not developing as we would like have them to do.
In that sense, it's going to be more difficult because we're also entering economic great difficulties, truly awful times. We've got inflation, the like of which we've not seen for 40 years.
Yes, we have, apart from all the political conflicts, we have a global economy which is out of balance. And what I want to highlight particularly here is the consequences. We may have little influence on how the central banks decide about the future policies, but we know that if we don't change course, we will have hundreds of millions of people falling back into poverty. We have tens of millions probably dying, possibly of hunger. So this is a misery, and we have to address it.
So here now, again, the emotions of what he stated, which is the global economy is out of balance, and that now we're looking to have all these millions of people to fall into poverty, right? And nobody wants to go into poverty. So because of this, we must now do this. We must now provide a solution. So you see how that works? They put out the fear that, well, because this economy is out of balance, we don't want nobody to starve, so we must now give forth the solution. Well, the question is, what is the solution for the global economy being out of balance? Well, the Bible speaks about it in Revelation 13 when it talks about the mark of the beast. Okay, that's the end game solution, but they must get you to buy into all that by shaping and forming your reality into that great narrative thinking or thought process. All right, so that you'll be all for the solution that's going to fix it according to, what they believe is the answer. A little bit more here and we'll move forward.
So to bring it at the forefront of our topics here, of our program, and to generate action, that's my intention.
There's never been a more important time and a more serious time for these talks to be taking place.
Yes, that's also reflected in the mood. I mean, it's the most consequential meeting which we ever had in the last 50 years, I would say. And the mood will be much more serious, much more concerned compared to the previous years, because we are at the turning point of history.
So this is the biggest Davos event, 2022. He said in the 50 years that it's been an organization, because we are at a turning point in history. Okay, and he's exactly right. We are in a turning point of history. Well, how do they know this? We know this because the Bible tells us so. We also know this because we have their white papers. Excuse me, I had this wrong screen up. We know this also because we have their white papers, have read their books where they basically lay it all out, are able to predict the future almost to a T, and have all the solutions ready before the events take place. Before all these things they're predicting happen, they have all the solutions ready. For instance, let me give you an example. Right before this baby formula crisis, Bill Gates comes out and announces he has his impossible baby formula. Right? I don't know what it's called. And we already know that it probably, babies drink it, it probably opens a portal and takes them straight into hell by drinking it. But just so coincidentally, before the baby formula shortage, Bill Gates has a solution before it even happens. Just coincidentally, right? So that's just one example of many examples how they already have the solution. You think that when DVOC 91 was said to have happened in 2020, that they were able to come up with injections within a year, that those injections weren't already on standby, ready to go, and they just told us it's going to take a year to get it ready? You don't think they weren't already sitting somewhere in a lab or in a refrigerator, being stored and kept cool, and being ready to be injected into the veins of the masses? All right. So yeah, they had to tell you, yeah, it's going to take us a year, because they couldn't have just came out and said, oh, here, by the way, we got the shot for the worst virus the world's ever seen. No, they had to play out the narrative to get you to buy into it. Okay, because which even in a year is insane, because typically it takes anywhere from 5 to 15 years for them to develop a inoculation for said virus in the past. But somehow, miraculously, they were able to do this one in a year. Okay, so we are at a turning point now. So now we have the Davos 2022 event coming, and I actually have a channel here. You have an independent journalist who went to the event, and we're going to watch just a couple of videos here. This video here says, I've just arrived in Davos to expose the global elites. So this guy, he went to, I believe it's in Switzerland, somewhere in Europe, I believe it's Switzerland, to this event. Okay, to try to be an investigative journalist and try to see who he could talk to that's there and get information. All right, we're going to watch this one here. Everything about the World Economic Forum is fake. Let's check this out here real quick.
Next week, this time, we won't be able to be standing where we are. That's why we've come early.
Yeah, because if you can see here, I'll just point the camera around. There's a security zone being set up there, so I think that will be where things are blocked off. And this whole place...
Setting up military-style security for this event.
Place is going to be locked down pretty hard. You got the marquees behind me being set up just next to the conference center. That's where a lot of the oligarchs and the elites will be socializing, no doubt planning their agenda for us. What do you reckon?
Absolutely, but we'll be here to tell the other side of the story. But for today, let's see what they're doing to prepare for next week.
Yeah, let's see how they're setting up. Let's see what it's all about. So here we are, Avi.
This is it.
In Davos.
What is it taking us? What day is it today?
It's the third day, I think.
Thursday, so it's taking us 3 whole days. If you're ever in doubt as to whether the mainstream media is going to actually ask the tough questions, I think that gives you the answer. They're part of it.
Yeah.
They're literally...
So he said, if you ever want to know, if there's any doubt, if the mainstream media is going to ask the tough questions at this event as the mainstream media was invited, there's the answer. And as you see here, they have a booth set up, the Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones. The mainstream media is actually invited as guests, not there to do the news and report, but they're there as guests to be part of this event. So isn't that a conflict of interest? I thought you were supposed to be news reporters, Wall Street Journal and others, New York Times. You mean you're there not to report news and tell us what's going on? You're there as guests, right, to enjoy the speeches and all the different agendas that are being brought forth. You're not there to hold anybody's feet to the fire. You're there to partake in all of the splendor of the future plans that they have and that they're bringing forth, that they have as solution for the world's problems right now. And we're going to actually get someone from mainstream media. He's going to actually run up on somebody, and we'll see if they're able to give us some news reporting of what's really going on here.
A part of it.
Oh, the purveyors of misinformation there.
Oh,
As you can see.
you also see who? Google, YouTube, right? The reason why on this platform that we have to be very careful what we speak about, because hey, they're part of the World Economic Forum partners. And of course, if we're saying anything that could be inside details that could, shine a light on things, hey, that's a no-no. You can't talk about those things. They have to control the great narrative. And we can't even ask questions about what's going on.
See, the security is really ramping up behind us in the lead up to the annual meeting here in Davos.
And
Military.
They're rolling in military for this event. What event do you know needs military protection? That's a serious event. These are corporations and politicians. They have to roll in, big military to come in, right, and actually occupy this event. All the while they're telling us we need background checks to protect, where we can't have self-protection. But they're rolling in military.
Everywhere. Police, as you can see, converging on this small town in Switzerland.
So we've got IBM here, virtue signaling. Let's create a better world with a smaller carbon footprint.
So IBM, we've talked a lot about IBM on this broadcast, okay? Let's create a better world with a smaller carbon footprint. Carbon meaning anything that is actually in nature, animals, people, anything that can emit greenhouse gas. So if people and animals create a carbon footprint, then what does this translate to when they say let's create a better world with a smaller carbon footprint? See, we must dissect and define these words and these terms and really break them down to what they're really saying here. So the only way you make a smaller carbon footprint is through depopulation. Okay? You introduce the beyond and the impossible meat, and you get rid of the animals that in times past were used to eat, because they're producing a carbon footprint. You get rid of people, because people are carbon-based beings and they produce a carbon footprint. So now we must depopulate and bring the world's population down so that there's a smaller carbon footprint. And then it says, let's create something that changes everything. Let's create something that changes everything. Again, read between the lines.
Let's create something that changes everything.
I wonder what their carbon footprint was just to set this up for a week. Such hypocrites. I wonder what their carbon footprint was for the executives to fly into Davos on their...
So these executives are all flying in on these huge private jets. And this man is asking, what carbon footprint did that leave? So, yes, gasoline, coal, all those things burn off gas, which also leaves a carbon footprint. Those are carbon-based fuels. These big military vehicles rolling in, how much of a carbon footprint do those leave? So again, this has nothing to do with a carbon footprint. The same way it had nothing to do with DVOC 91, because at the same time they're telling us to wear masks, they're at parties with hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people with no masks. But they're trying to scare us and fearmonger us into wearing a mask, doing this, doing that, social distance. This got nothing to do with none of what they're talking about. Or they would be the biggest hypocrites alive to not practice what they preach. It's because it doesn't exist. None of what they're saying exists. It's part of the great narrative.
Their private jets and their limos and everything that they're going to come here with. It's all for show. Look at the building, and then look, they've kind of built this fake wall in front of it. Everything here is fake, and I think it's fitting. It's fitting that all their buildings are fake, because everything about this and them and everything to do with this World Economic Forum is fake.
Not even the India Lounge? Is the India Lounge fake?
100%. We only believe in the Sri Lanka Lounge. Just think about the waste of money and resources going into self-promotion here.
But they justify this though. There's justification for this from that side, saying this is necessary to do. Now, do you reckon Zelensky will make an appearance?
He'd be silly not to. Come on, how else is he going to win the war against Russia if he doesn't show up to the WEF? So there you have it. We're first day here on the ground in actual Davos to show people what's going on.
I mean, the conference hasn't started yet, but we saw a bit of the behind the scenes, the setup, and really all the activities that go into putting this together. And you see, it's literally a fake town that's being created for this conference. And you know, take it as you may, but you know, there's something very how do you explain that?
Ironic about it.
Ironic. That's the
Absolutely,
word.
and we're going to be here all week to point out the hypocrisies, to challenge the ideas, to challenge the people. Guys, wefreports.com. Check out all the.
So this is where all your global elites meet up to discuss plans about us and the world and what they believe and feel should happen. Okay, none of our input is being asked on what do we think should happen in the world. Okay, so a select handful of people are deciding everyone else's fate and the course of the world and what should happen. Just to put things in perspective here. Now we're going to watch one more video, and you can come and check out all his interviews all weekend long, trolling all the people that are there for the WEF Davos 2022 event, and asking hard questions that no one wants to answer. Let's see. It says here, Avi Yemeni confronts New York Times in Davos. So we saw the Wall Street Journal was there as guests, not as news reporters. And now we have the New York Times. Let's see what the New York Times is reporting while there. Let's see what they have to say to give us on what's going on in Davos. Okay. New York Times being confronted. They're journalists. They should have a lot to tell us what's going on, right?
Rebecca, how are you doing from the New York Times? Can I ask you a quick question as Avi from Rebel News? How is the public meant to believe that the New York Times is here to actually ask the tough questions when you're here as an invited guest? How are people meant to rely on the mainstream media?
If you wouldn't mind, we're just having just if you could give us, thank you.
You don't want to explain to people why we should trust the mainstream media? No? Of course, no comment. There we go. So that's the point here is in Davos you have the mainstream media that are not here to report the truth. They are here as part of the event. Invited guests with a white name tag.
So the New York Times, they're not there to give you news on what's going on. They're there as guests, compromised. So it would leave one to believe they're part of the agenda too, which is the reason why when you turn over to the New York Times, you're not getting real news. You're not getting real reporting. You're getting agenda-based programming. Agenda-based programming. The reason why if you go to New York Times or Wall Street Journal, it doesn't matter which of those main big conglomerate news reporting, so-called reporting companies, they're all saying the same thing. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what person. Doesn't matter which of these mainstream companies, organizations. It's the same news coming out of all of them, because they're just there to push the agenda. If there was real news going on from one news company to the next, you would have varying news stories being reported. Maybe some things similar, but you would have varying reports. But when you have real news, independent news, like this particular Rebel News, who's asking the tough questions, no one wants to talk about it. All right, nothing to see here, nothing to talk about. Go on your way. Okay, you weren't invited. You're not part of the haves. You're a have-not, and we're the ones that's going to decide you and the rest of the world's future, whether you like it or not. Right? So, again, there's more here, and you'll be able to check out Rebel News. You'll be able to check out all of their different hard questions that are being asked at this event. But we're going to move forward. So because now people are fed up and tired of all the lies, again, those who are invited put stuff like this out. CNBC. How Davos became a target for conspiracy theorists and anarchists. So now, because you asked the tough questions, you are now a conspiracy theorist. You can't ask them questions. You must obey. Or you're a conspiracy theorist, or you're an anarchist, just for simply asking questions. It says nearly 2,500 global leaders from business, politics, and civil society are expected to take part in a rare springtime version of Davos this week. Organizers of the event had postponed the meeting from its traditional January slot over safety concerns amid the coronavirus pandemic. However, in a welcome boost to local residents, the forum's first in-person event has now returned after a 2-year hiatus. That's not to say everyone is happy to see the return of the world's business and political elite to the Swiss Alps. And we know who likes to dwell in the cliffs of the rocks, according to the Bible. It says here, the world, let me highlight this for you all. The World Economic Forum is trying to fix an image problem. The World Economic Forum is trying to fix an image problem. Why would they have an image problem? Is it because they tell on themselves? They let the cat out the bag? People are now getting hip to the con game and reading between the lines, and now because they have an image to fix, an image problem to fix, now they must use their mainstream media, who they invited as guests to their event. They must use them to write articles about conspiracy theorists and anarchists, so that those people asking the questions can now be demonized and blackballed. It says here, the theme of this year's event is History at a Turning Point. Government policies and business strategies. Again, what did Nasal Swab say? Klaus Schwab. He said, we are at a turning point. History is at a turning point. That DVOC 91 is unstoppable. The Ukraine war is unstoppable. It says a symbol of a failed era. That's not to say everyone is pleased to see the return of the world's business and political elite to the Swiss Alps. The event has been sharply criticized in recent years for being out of touch, ineffective, and irrelevant. Okay. Held deep up in the mountains somewhere, surrounded by military. So good luck if you think you're about to get in there and stop what they have going on. It says the World Economic Forum has also been the subject of unfounded conspiracy theories, which it is trying to address head on. Referencing WF's previous theme, The Great Reset, hundreds of thousands of posts have circulated on social media in recent years, many appearing to claim that the global elite were planning to use the coronavirus to bring about total economic collapse. You don't say. You don't say. I mean, you could take a look around in our reality. Even Schwab himself said that the global economy is out of balance. So how is it out of balance all of a sudden? So I mean, it's simple math. Just do a little bit of math to see that when everything locked down, what's going to happen to a society that's built upon an economy and nothing's moving? Everything's locked down. Is that not going to bring about an economic collapse? What happens now when you proclaim a war in Ukraine and now all the different things that now are provided through those two countries, primarily Russia, all those resources are now, not being used as they normally would be being used by the whole world. Gas prices go up, food prices go up, shortages happen. The same thing we had during the lockdown of 2020. Remember all the shortages? So we still hadn't recovered from the first ripple effect of shortages, and now we're going into another splash of shortages because of this so-called war in Ukraine. It says we, like many other organizations, have been the target of misinformation campaigns, and that is something that we're very proactively trying to work towards combating. We believe in facts, we believe in science. We believe in evidence, and we believe in expertise. And that's what the 100 or so experts that are gathered at this meeting, along with business leaders and political leaders, that's what they're going to provide. So because they're now in an information war and trying to control the information and control the minds of the masses, now they must come with the great narrative. Okay, this great story. And sell the world that the reality now that we're living in, and as it continues to grow worse and worse, wax worse and worse, is based upon the story they're telling and why it is the way that it is. Enter the great narrative, okay? So they say they believe in facts, we believe in science, and they believe in evidence. Well, let's see if all these things to be true, because I would like to think that we also like to believe in facts, science, evidence. And if you were looking to change your image, shouldn't you be open to speaking to independent media, alternative media? If you're looking to change your image, not the people who you invited as guests, who you are flattering as the so-called truth speakers of news. if you were trying to change your image, I think I would invite people that's going to ask the hard questions. So, listen, if I got nothing to hide and I'm doing everything genuinely, hey, ask whatever questions you want to ask, and I'll do my best to answer your questions. Not trying to hide and surround yourself with military deep up in the mountains somewhere. I mean, so you're not doing yourself any justice to change your image with these particular things that people are pointing out, and that's your fault. That don't look to now try to demonize others because of maybe you're not doing anything wrong. Maybe you do genuinely have good intentions for the world, but when you're dodging questions, hard questions that are being asked, hard-nosed questions, okay, when people are repeating from your own words stuff you're saying, and we're saying we don't agree with that and we don't want that, no one voted for that, that's that's the world y'all want, so y'all create y'all's own little country and go live in that world, but leave us out of that. We don't want that world. So because people don't agree with your plans, now they become conspiracy theorists or anarchists? No, it's just people don't want that. Okay? Because we could call you a conspiracy theorist. This in the same sense. We're just asking questions. You're the ones that sound paranoid. So maybe you're the conspiracy theorist to think that we're up to something. Oh, little us who have no power, who are just asking questions and trying to figure out what's going on. What are y'all up to? What are y'all talking about? Y'all sound like you're into conspiracy, not us. We just want answers, and not from your guest news organizations that you invited. So, is what's going on in Davos a conspiracy theory? Let's see. We how we do it here. We get the receipts and we let the information speak for itself. All right, we're going to let the information speak for itself. But before we go into the actual information, I want to give the World Economic Forum, who host this event, I want to give, Mr. Schwab here, I want to give him a chance to speak and see if he can make us feel any more comfortable or better about what's going on at this Davos meeting. And so here's the opening remarks from Mr. Schwab himself. Let's see what we have here.
Distinguished heads of governments, distinguished heads of states, of course, dear partners and friends of the World Economic Forum, a very cordial welcome to the annual meeting 2022 in the spring of Davos. We are very glad to be together again in person. And of course, we have a very rich program. The theme of our coming together is history at a turning point. Government policies, corporate strategies.
Yes, fair use. Fair use. He said we are at a turning point. Let's hear more about this turning point.
We will focus the program mainly on 4 different areas.
So they're going to focus this program, their solution, on 4 different areas. Let's hear these 4 different areas.
First, the war in Ukraine.
Oh, yes. The first one is the war in Ukraine. What if the war in Ukraine stopped that day while he's up there on the podium? Then what? Does number 1 go away? How do you know that the war don't stop tomorrow? Well, I got you. So this is a question I'm asking you right now. But he said the war is unstoppable. We can't stop it. perfectly fits into their 4-point program. So now we must ask ourselves, okay, because you're saying the first point is the war on Ukraine, what is your solution? Or what is the ripple effect because of the war? It's going to have effect on society.
The aggression on Ukraine. And I have the particular pleasure to welcome a very strong delegation from Ukraine among us, composed by members of the government, composed by members of the parliament, by the mayor of Kiev and his brother and other mayors, and of course also by the young generation. Can I ask all our participants from Ukraine to stand up and to give them a special welcome?
Oh yeah, let's make sure we have a standing ovation for all the citizens or attendees of Ukraine that are there. Okay? Because of them, because of you, you're a big reason for our program.
This war is really a turning point of history, and it will reshape our political and our economic landscape in the coming years.
So this war in Ukraine is a turning point in our history, and it will unleash political and economic havoc in the coming years because of this war. And they're clapping. Like it's great that that's what is coming of it all. Right? You don't see anybody there afraid or in any type of down and out type of vibe because this war is going on and because it's having a huge effect on the world. They're all there in good spirits because of it all.
But we also are at the tail end of the most serious health catastrophe of the last 100 years. COVID-19.
Oh, there it is. Number 2, the most serious health catastrophe of the last 100 years, DVOC 91. Oh, yes. That old DVOC. It just won't go away. So deadly. Asymptomatic symptoms, 99.9% recovery rate. Deadly.
And we have to reinforce our resilience against a new virus, possibly.
We have to get our resilience ready for a new virus, possibly. You notice how he had to throw that possibly in there, like, well, maybe. He doesn't know, but he sounded very confident when he said it before he said possibly. Let's hear that again. Not just the DVOC that's pesky and won't go away, but a new one or new ones that may come.
We have to reinforce our resilience against a new virus, possibly, or other risks which we have on the global agenda.
Or other risks. We have to reinforce our resiliency for the new crises and events that are coming. Possibly.
We also have to address urgently the issue of climate change.
Oh yes, old climate change, old carbon footprints. We got to address that while we're flying our billion-dollar private jets through the skies, leaving a huge carbon footprint.
All the other issues related to the preservation of nature. And finally, we look at the Future of the global economy with great concerns.
Uh-oh. We look at the future of the global economy with great concerns, which fits also right in with tonight's title about the upcoming economic hurricane. So really, when I went forth to put the information out about the upcoming economic hurricane, I wasn't even really looking to tie Davos 2022 together with that. But here it is, they're doing it for me. I don't have to tie it together. They're tying it together, telling you that there's a economic hurricane coming. Okay? The global economy is out of balance. Let's continue here.
Future of the global economy with great concerns. Too high inflation, too low growth, too many debts. But what is particularly worrisome are the consequences, such as falling back of hundreds of millions of people again into poverty and possibly tens of millions of people dying of hunger.
Oh, hunger, famine, sort of like what the Bible speaks of, with people dying of famine. Okay, so with the global economy going in the direction it's going, is going to lead to tens of millions of deaths. And let us not forget, excuse me, had the wrong screen up there. Let us not forget that to get rid of the carbon footprint, you must get rid of the carbon. So this works perfect for them, to have a famine where people are dying from lack of bread, and that means less carbon, and you can now fix climate change. See how that works?
We have to be really concerned about those issues, and that's what we want to do here during this meeting. So how can Davos contribute to improving the state of the world? First, we know that all those challenges cannot be met by governments alone, by business alone, or by civil society alone. We need collaborative efforts. And the World Economic Forum here, Davos here, you here, I think it's the most impressive community for global cooperation.
Global cooperation. Now, this guy is German, right? This guy's a German. And I want to ask the question, the last time that you had a German get on the world stage and have this type of podium to speak from, this type of platform to speak from, and was asking for global cooperation. Y'all remember who that German was? See how many of you all, I don't think it takes a lot of history to understand that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Adolf Hitler, the German Nazi himself. Well, let's check out a quote from the last German on this particular type of discussion. He has a quote here. National Socialism will use its own revolution for establishing of a new world order. It's Adolf Hitler quote. National Socialism will use its own revolution for establishing of a new world order. So the WEF and Mr. Schwab are concerned about having an image problem. Well, they're not doing themselves any justice here, because they're starting to sound more and more like the Nazis with their plans. They're just repackaging it and making it with different wordplay and trying to present it to you with icing on it. Okay, but if you put icing on a turd, it's still a turd. It still stinks. It's still nasty. It's trash. Okay, so when I listen to this guy talk, this is who it reminds me of. And oh yeah, they have very identical ideologies, especially when we're talking about socialism, which we're going to talk about more tonight, and the establishing through the socialism, a revolution that will establish a new world order, or as Mr. Schwab would say, global cooperation. Global cooperation. So now we're done listening to that guy for now. And let's look at the World Economic Forum. Get it from the horse's mouth, because they say we're conspiracy theorists. Let's break down this meeting. They're here to build problem-solving communities and initiatives. So in order for them to solve problems and in order to build problem-solving communities and initiatives, they must first have a problem. Because if there aren't any problems, then there's nothing to solve. So therefore, this is something else they should understand when it comes to the alternative thinking community that is questioning what's going on here, that they're calling conspiracy theorists, is that you're in the business of problem solving for the world. And if you don't have any problems to solve, you're out of business. So how convenient for you is it that these narratives exist so that you can now come in and do your problem solving and bring forth your initiatives and your agendas? Against a backdrop of deepening global frictions and fractures, it will be the starting point for a new era of global responsibility and cooperation. Notice how everything is global, meaning the whole world. They're the World Economic Forum. That translates to New World Order. It's a global, one world, everything. Government, economy, religion, everything's global. Okay, no more independent nation states. What did Hitler say? National Socialism will use its own revolution for establishing of a new world order. So let's keep going here and look at their partners here. Let's go through this list of different partners. You got Google, Amazon, AstraZeneca. I'm just saying some of these partners. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Oh yeah, all the same old characters. And they want to know why we're concerned. IBM, Johnson & Johnson. I mean, you can't even almost say some of these names without getting censored at this point and where we're at in history. MasterCard, Meta, Microsoft, Pfizer, Procter & Gamble, Verizon, Visa. All right, some of the more noticeable groups or partners of these corporations that, that are very, very telling when we mention some of these companies' names, Coca-Cola and the like. So on and on and on and on, are part of this World Economic Forum partnership program. Let's look at their program. All right. They have everything from future-proofing health systems, rebuilding societal trust, the augmented manufacturing experience, accelerating the reskilling revolution, staying on course for nature action, economic weaponry, uses and effectiveness of sanctions, energy outlook, overcoming the crisis, the future of globalization, and in other words, the future of a one world order. A generation of progress lost, achieving gender equality, China investment and economic outlook, responding to humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, strategic outlook, Eurasia, unlocking the social economy, prioritizing mental health. Okay, and on and on and on and on. The whole breakdown of what they were talking about. An overview. Okay. Cold War 2.0. Okay, because there always has to be a war. It doesn't have to be a hot war, but as long as it's a Cold War, they can still push the war narrative. The reason they've had a Cold War with Russia since World War II, when America and Russia were allies. As soon as World War II is over with, we need a new war. Let's start a Cold War with Russia and keep the war going. All right, Esau can never not have war going. It's just not in their nature, and it's not good for business. It's not good for their agenda. Okay, they even have on here central bank digital currencies. Oh yeah, because in order to bring forth the mark of the beast, the currencies must go digital, which is the economic end game. Okay, so this is on their own website, and you can dive in here. There's, of course, the war in Ukraine. Oh yeah, they need all the events so they can come in with the and be the problem solver. And we're going to go through a lot of these things on this WEF. All right, let's go over here to 6 themes at Davos. That will define what happens next. Six themes at Davos 2022 that will define what happens next. Now, this is their website. Okay? So don't get mad at us because we read your website and we interpret it and see things that we don't want. None of us asked for none of this stuff. Theme number 1, Ukraine. Through this Ukrainian war, they can shine a light on the importance of global cooperation. Oh yeah, what a war over there in Ukraine right now. The people outside barbecuing and living a normal life with no worries. Theme number 2, the 3 interconnected crises: climate, food, and energy. So again, they're the problem solvers. They need crises, and they have 3 interconnected ones with climate, food, and energy. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about all these characters tonight. Remember this guy? Oh yeah, he was all up in there in the White House with Obama. He was supposedly looking to go against George Bush as president when they're both skull and bones brethren. Right? We're taking food from the hungry to give to the starving. So what that means is, for you, they're going to take food from you, and supposedly it's going to someone who's more hungry than you. That's how they're going to sell you going hungry and starving. We're going to give it to someone who needs it more than you, if you want to buy that. All right? We don't need to choose between an energy crisis and a climate crisis. We can solve both of them with the right investment. Don't use the R word, but it might be coming anyway. Theme number 3. Let's see, what is the R word here? Recession. It scares people. The R word scares people. I'm thinking the R word is recession. But it's not a recession, it's a depression. Theme number 4, preparing for the next pandemic requires ending health disparities. DVOC 91 has been a hot topic during every annual meeting since January 2020, when the virus emerged. And thanks to the shots, attendees were able to return to Davos more than 2 years later. Yes, without those shots, they never would have been able to return. However, the pandemic looks quite different in many low-income countries where just 13% of people are inoculated, compared to 75% of people in high-income countries. So here it is. They're trying to figure out, how do we get the people who aren't injected with this stuff that they're calling a solution, how do we get them injected? And they're using it under the guise of a disparity in health. No, they just don't want it. It ain't got nothing to do with them not having access. They just don't want it. But they'll sell you the narrative that, well, we must bring forth a ending of the health disparity. And how are they going to go about that? What's the solution for them doing that? Racism is not only when black people or brown people cannot breathe because of police violence. Here they go. See how they try to manipulate us in all kind of ways, get us emotionally triggered, and how they just care for black people so much. So they're using the I can't breathe with the George Floyd psyop, and using that to say, well, it's not only racist for them to do that to black men, but it's also racist whenever you don't have your injection shot. Okay? As if they ever cared about not being racist. Because I would say it's racist to target black people with this stuff, when you can look over in Africa right now and they're the least inoculated and the healthiest out of all the people, even those that took it. Okay? So that sounds like black people are doing pretty good without it. And it's racist for you, in my opinion, to then look to think that it's something I need and you're trying to push it on me. No thank you, I'll pass. That's racist. And they'll try to make you think like, you're being denied life-saving, pandemic-ending medicines. When they can't access care or education because debt is choking them. So they try to play the race card in the reverse psychology, the Jedi mind tricks, to get you to get and take the shot. And then you have the sellouts come on Stop pushing Africa to the back of the queue. Who is she speaking for? Now, she would make you think she's speaking for all of Africa. When ain't nobody in Africa want this stuff. Okay, but she would make you think that Africa is being pushed to the back of the queue because nobody has it. No. They told them, send it back. We don't want it. Okay, you don't speak for all of Africa. Oh, everyone, no matter where they live, should have the same access to innovative, life-saving drugs and injections. Bill Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Oh yeah, you know he wants you to have the stuff. You know he wants you to have the stuff. He wants to give as much. Here he is. Yep. Gritting his teeth and can't stand the look of this black, this African here. Why won't y'all die already? And oh, here's his buddy back here, Mr. Pfizer CEO. Oh yeah, Mr. Pfizer CEO and the gates of hell working together to try to get Africa on board. We need you on our medicine. Your continent is behind the curve. Get on board the injection train. Theme number 5. Gender inequality in jobs of tomorrow. Oh yes, the gender problem. Whether that's transgender, whether that's women not being equal with men. But see, it doesn't exist. The gender inequality doesn't exist when women surpass men and men are now under women. See, that's not gender inequality. That's the proper proportion and equation for them. You notice that? How whenever women have, in whatever realm that they surpass men in, like in the corporate workplace, that's not inequality. But when it's a man who's over a woman, now that's inequality. Okay? That is inequality. Let's see what else they have here. Theme number 6, our future is digital. Technology carefully executed could act as a multiplier to address multiple challenges simultaneously, from reducing poverty to stopping climate change. But to get there, digital inclusion, security, and appropriate regulation are essential, meaning we must digitize everything. The reason they're introducing the metaverse. Okay, upload your consciousness to the cloud through the Muskrat's Neuralink. A digital inclusion. It says leaders at Davos 2022 discuss what this future might look like and launched several exciting initiatives to advance both technology and trust in it. So not only are they launching initiatives to advance technology, the technology, they're also launching initiatives to get you to trust the technology. Right? They must convince you through their narrative, their great narrative, that this is going to be good for you. Us putting the brain chip in your brain, you must trust it. It's going to be good for you. Okay? So they have initiatives for you to trust it, mainly meaning they have manipulative fake news and propaganda and psyops to run through their paid and bought flattered mainstream media to get you fear triggered into taking it or thinking it's cool. Our future is digital. If you're not part of it, you're out of it. And that's another part of their mind games, their Jedi mind tricks. Well, if you don't get the technology, you're going to be left behind. You're not going to be part of the future, of the digital future. Kind of like how today, if you don't have a phone or a computer, It's kind of like you pretty much can't get work done. So now, because we're transitioning over into this next phase of a digital included future, a digital inclusion of a future, if you don't be part of it, you're going to be left out of it. And so people are going to be flocking in lines to get in line to get it because they don't want to be left out. To foster digital inclusion, the Edison Alliance, a forum initiative that aims to increase affordable digital access to healthcare, finance, and education, launched a digital policy navigator. This will provide policymakers, regulators, and businesses with a one-stop shop for case studies, best practices, and other one-of-a-kind resources. Oh yes, your healthcare in a digital form. And that's the reason why they brought forth Obamacare. And they called it affordable healthcare. Given the pervasiveness of digital technology in our society, in our lives, in our work, I think it's inevitable to have stronger regulatory regimes around all facets of technology. Okay, so more technology to where you yourself become digital. Okay, so that's kind of a skimming overview of the six themes at Davos 2022 that will define what happens next. Let me pull it up here. Those are your six themes. So now, let's segue over to, let me see here, VigilantCitizen.com. And we have the 10 creepiest and most dystopian things pushed by the World Economic Forum. Let me check Blog Talk here real quick. See if we have any callers in the queue. Okay, so we have about 20 minutes before overtime. So if you would like to speak on Blog Talk, the guest caller number 515-605-9327. Press the number 1. Again, you have 20 minutes. If you don't call in 20 minutes, you will not be able to speak if you have anything you would like to say. All right. So, the 10 creepiest and most dystopian things pushed by the World Economic Forum. It says here. So now, again, we're conspiracy theorists. So let's look at some of the things that the World Economic Forum is saying, because they have an image problem. They stated that themselves. Well, there's some things that's creepy to us. Creepy to me. I'll speak for myself. It's creepy to me. And so I'm just asking questions. It's creepy. Help me feel more comfortable with the creepiness. It says here, the World Economic Forum is one of the most powerful organizations in the world. And throughout the years, people at the WEF have said some truly insane and dystopian things. And they've managed to word these things in the creepiest ways possible. Here are the top 10 most insane things said by the WEF. Okay. Number 1. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. So, again, who is the founder of WEF? Mr. Schwab. He's German. What was the last German that we knew that spoke like this? Mr. Adolf himself. And what did he say? National Socialism will use its own revolution for establishing of a new world order. So what is socialism? Socialism is owning nothing and being happy. Okay, the end of capitalism and now going into a socialistic society, a socialistic New World Order. When one talks about the global elite, one usually refers to a small group of wealthy and powerful individuals who operate beyond national borders. Through various organizations, these non-elected individuals gather in semi-secrecy, kind of like how they did in Switzerland, right? And way up in the mountains surrounded by military. They gather in semi-secrecy to decide policies they want to see applied on a global level. The World Economic Forum is smack dab in the middle of it all. Indeed, through its annual Davos meetings, the WEF attempts to legitimize and normalize its influence on the world's democratic nations by having a panel of world leaders attending and speaking at the event. A simple look at the list of attendees at these meetings reveals the organization's incredible reach and influence. The biggest names in media, politics, business, science, technology, and finance are represented at the WEF. And they have a list here. And I'm not going to read the list. You got Nike, Dell, The Economist. We're going to talk about The Economist here in a moment. Western Union, Dow Jones. Okay. Page 34 out of 58 of the list of attendees at the 2022 Davos meeting. Big names, big companies, big influence. According to mass media, the Davos meetings gather people to discuss issues such as inequality, climate change, and international cooperation. This simplistic description appears to be custom made to cause the average citizen to yawn in boredom, but topics at the WEF go much further than inequality. Throughout the years, people at the WEF have said some highly disturbing things, none of which garnered proper media attention. In fact, when one pieces together the topics championed by the WEF, an overarching theme emerges: the total control of humanity using media, science, and technology while reshaping democracies to form a global government. Okay, that's the theme. But they would make us think that that is normal, and we're crazy thinking that that doesn't sound good. It says, if this sounds like a far-fetched conspiracy theory, keep reading. Here are the 10 most dystopian things that are being pushed by the WEF right now. This list sorted is in no particular order because they're all equally crazy. Okay, so let's look at this equally craziness of the WEF. All right, number 10, penetrating governments. The least one can say is that Klaus Schwab, the founder and the head of the WEF, is not a fan of democracy. In fact, he perceives it as an obstacle to a fully globalized world. So again, no more democracy, no more nation states, meaning no more independent countries. It's going to be one big world order, one big global world order. In 2010, the WEF report titled Global Redesign. Schwab postulates that a globalized world is best managed by a self-selected coalition of multinational corporations, governments, including through the UN system, and select civil society organizations. This is the exact opposite of democracy. So basically meaning they're going to pick their own leaders through these corporations, a board that's going to rule over the whole world. They're going to pick it. You're not going to vote to pick these people. So if you're not voting to pick them, that definitely means you're not voting to have a voice in the decisions they make that are going to have an impact on your life. He argued that governments are no longer the overwhelming dominant actors on the world stage and that the time has come for a new stakeholder paradigm of international governance. For this reason, the Transnational Institute described the WEF as a silent global coup d'état to capture governance. So they're looking to perform a global coup on the whole world and take over the whole world in a global coup. And so in 2017 at Harvard's John F. Kennedy School, Schwab blatantly admitted what is continually dismissed as a conspiracy theory by mass media. So the mass media is saying it's a conspiracy theory, but this guy admitted this. He said, what we are very proud of is that we penetrate the global cabinets of countries with our WEF young global leaders like Trudeau. Oh yes, the same Trudeau who just last week announced that they're banning the selling and purchasing of handguns in Canada. That Trudeau. Oh yeah, they're penetrating and putting their leaders in position in government. And so if you're putting in your leaders, what does that mean? That means that you're going to gain control of that government, of that country, to then bring forth your agenda. I have to say, when I mention now names like Mrs. Angela Merkel and even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. Hold up. You mean the same Vladimir Putin that you're saying is out of control in Russia and has invaded Ukraine? Oh yeah, that Putin. He's the same Putin who you injected into that position in Russia as a young global leader of the WEF. Now does it start to make sense that they're all working together? That this is not some Ukraine versus Russia or Angela Merkel and Germany versus Vladimir Putin? These are their hand-groomed puppets to bring forth their bidding. These are his words. But it's a conspiracy. But what we are very proud of now is the young generation like Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the President of Argentina, and so on. We penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I know that half of his cabinet, or even more than half of his cabinet, are actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. So they're putting all the people in place, not just as the head, but in the whole cabinet, the whole administration, the whole government is filled with their leaders. So who's really running these governments? You guessed it, the World Economic Forum. Who's the founder? Satan Claus himself. Okay? Satan Claus himself, the one who's making a list and checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Yeah, that Satan Claus. It's true in Argentina and it's true in France with the president, a young global leader. In this outstanding talk, Schwab blatantly stated that Angela Merkel of Germany, Vladimir Putin of Russia, Justin Trudeau of Canada, and Emmanuel Macron of France were groomed by the WEF. These people were groomed by the dark Sith Lord himself, the Emperor. And you think to movies like Star Wars, with Emperor Palpatine, who took over full control of the galaxy in a universal world order, or a James Bond villain who's looking to take over the whole world. And if you're lucky, you'll eat the bug. You'll get to eat bugs. Soylent Green. He even adds that at least half of Canada's cabinet consists of representatives sold to the WEF's agenda. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is the absolute truth confirmed by the head of the WEF himself. So again, they're saying it's a conspiracy theory, but these are his words. You can't get caught up in the Jedi mind trick. Speaking of Star Wars, okay, you can't get caught in the Jedi mind tricks. Speaking of mind control, number 9, controlling minds using sound waves. In 2018, one of the topics of discussion at the WEF was mind control using sound waves, kind of like 5G. It's a frequency. It's a military grade frequency. I did not alter this title for sensationalism. Those are the exact words used by the WEF. There's an article here, mind control using sound waves. We ask a scientist how it works. So this is published on their actual website. So we can just go to their website and, like I did before, this article, read all of what they're saying. And just read between the lines. So in this article, the technology is touted as a possible treatment for Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease. However, this article also states that it can cure you, it can get you addicted, and it can kill you. See, that's the part they don't readily talk about. How it can get you addicted and it can kill you. It can also be used to completely control a person's mind remotely. Sound familiar? The reason they want that stuff up in you, that DVOC 91 juice. I can see the day coming where a scientist will be able to control what a person sees in their minds by sending the right waves to the right place in their brain. The reason why the muskrat wants the neural link in your brain, my guess is that most objections will be similar to those we hear today about subliminal messages and advertisements, only much more vehement. This technology is not without its risk of misuse. It could be a revolutionary healthcare technology for the sick, or a perfect controlling tool with which the ruthless control the weak. So he's not keeping it a secret. And it's not like you need him to tell you, but he's telling you anyway. This time, though, the control would be literal. The conclusion of the article: nobody can stop scientists from developing this technology. To prevent misuse, it should be regulated by organizations such as, you guessed it, the WEF. They get to control it and regulate it. That's convenient because some companies developing this technology are part of the WEF. Do you see where this is going? So the same companies that are developing this mind control technology through sound waves are the same companies that are partners with the WEF, like IBM, right? And the WF is the one that's going to get to regulate it and control it. Isn't that a conflict of interest? Uh-oh, how about this one? It gets better. Number 8, pills that contain microchips. Once again, this title sounds like a far-fetched conspiracy theory, cleverly worded for sensationalism. It is not. Here's a video from the WEF's 2018 meeting where Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, talks about pills that contain microchips. Oh, you mean the same Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, that was seen here with the gates of hell in Africa, trying to get Africans on board to take these injections? Yes. That Albert Bourla. Yes, this guy. Oh yeah. And that was in 2018 before Pfizer came with the stuff for 2020 and 2021 and beyond. So don't let them manipulate you through thinking that it's a conspiracy theory of what's really going on here. Okay? Ray Charles can see this from his grave of what's going on here. And you make a deal with the devil, that's right. It comes with disclaimers. And it comes with stipulations. Okay? So make that deal if you want. But let's hear it here from the horse's mouth. We have a horse, Albert Bourla, at the World Economic Forum in 2018 talking about pills that contain microchips.
Other questions? See one right there?
Hi there. Human Hakimi. I run the diabetes group for Medtronic. I have a question about patient engagement, and you had touched on this before. All of these advances are amazing, but even if you make the greatest drug or the greatest wearable, there's no guarantee that the patient is going to take the drug, wear the device. So how are you thinking about technology to engage the patient?
Again, maybe I will use an example. I think it's fascinating what's happening in this field right now. I mean, FDA approved the first electronic pill, if I can call it like that. So it is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet. And once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them. It is fascinating what happens in this field. But of course, there will be an initial cost that someone needs to invest.
Let's hear that again.
Other questions? See one right there?
90 seconds.
Hi there. Human Hakimi. I run the diabetes group for Medtronic. I have a question about patient engagement, and you had touched on this before. All of these advances are amazing, but even if you make the greatest drug or the greatest wearable, there's no guarantee that the patient is going to take the drug, wear the device. So how are you thinking about technology to engage the patient?
60 seconds.
Maybe I will use an example. I think it's fascinating what's happening in this field right now. I mean, FDA approved the first electronic pill, if I can call it like that. So it is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet. And once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet.
So the same FDA that authorized this digital, this technology pill, this electronic pill, is the same FDA that emergency authorized this man's injection in 2020, 2021. That FDA.
So imagine
10
the applications
seconds.
of that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them. It is fascinating what happens in this field. But of course, there will be an initial cost that someone needs to invest.
Oh yeah, nothing wrong with taking electronic pills so that you can know, your body can know when you need to take your medicine, as if your body don't tell you what it needs to know with how God created you already. If you are in any way, halfway cognitive, your body tells you what it needs. Okay, all these centuries, our bodies have never needed any type of electronic pill to tell us what it needs. Now all of a sudden we need this microchip pill so that our body knows when to take this or take that. Nonsense. Let's go to the call lines real quick. We'll pick back up here in a moment. on this pill. We have a caller here. I want to make sure I get him before maybe something happens with Blog Talk. It's known to get crazy. So we have the 919 area code. 919. You are live. Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom. I want to commend you on bringing out Charles Schwab and World Economic Forum and Davos. No one in our community is talking about it. No one. And I'll tell you, last year,
real quick, you kind of sound, I don't know if it's me, but you kind of sound far away.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? How about now?
Okay.
Okay, I was saying no one in our community is talking about Charles Schwab or his agenda or anything. It's just like we're clueless. But I'll tell you, the Gentiles are getting ready. I went to a conference in Miami last December, and he was the sole focus was getting ready for the 2030 agenda. And I'll tell you how the Gentiles are getting ready. The Gentiles are getting up the passports. They're investing their money out of the U.S. dollar, and preferably in gold and crypto like Bitcoin. And you know, a part of the conference we talking about health, like for dispelling all the lies about GMOs, foods to avoid, and what to eat. You know, and the whole vegan madness agenda. So yeah, brother, I just commend you on blowing the horn on this devil. Because our people, man, we ain't got a clue.
Yeah, because, you know, when do you see him on TV? And we only know what, you know, for the most part, what's shown on TV. So, you know, unless you're actually looking for him and paying attention, you won't see him. And it's crazy that he's out.
It's funny, you know, with Will Smith, when that whole thing happened, the Davos, that was happening at the same time. No one was talking about Davos, but Will Smith, he was back to Chris Rock. So, yeah, straight distraction, right?
And that's what I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, how they have all these entertainment fiascos out in the media right now, and they're keeping them circulating over and over again. While these things are happening, no one's paying attention to these things that are being said and being done because we're so distracted in the circus. The monkeys and the clowns and them dancing and you know, tap dancing and, you know, doing the jig. We're more focused on that and looking all on that. And you don't see this in any other community. You don't see white people fighting and feuding in their community. You don't see Asian people or Arab or no other community with this circus nonsense going on with these celebrities, but ours. And so when they snatch the rug from under our feet, the scriptures call it Jacob's trouble, but that's going to be an understatement to what we're witnessing happen to our people real time, who are out of pocket because they've been out here jumping around, hopping around like grasshoppers, instead of preparing like the ant who, you know, got it while the getting was good and the harvest was ripe.
Sir.
All right. All right. Well, thanks for calling in. Your support. Bless you and Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, I mean, nobody's talking about this guy. You have some, you know, white people here and there that are, you know, trying to chase these people down and hold their feet to the fire, that are independent. But hey, we voted for a crackhead, and now he's sending you free crack pipes as a thank you. And we thank him back for the free crack pipes and the free injections and whatever else free that's being sent that's poison. Right? We love us some free. It says here. Let's go back to this here, this microchip pill that they want you to take so you know when to take your medication. Okay. It says the FDA approved the first electronic pill, if I can call it that. This is what Pfizer CEO says. It is basically a biological chip that is in the tablet, and once you take the tablet, it dissolves into your stomach. It sends a signal Now, who's it sending a signal to? It sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that. The compliance. The insurance companies would know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them. It is fascinating what happens in this field. And you know what this reminds me of? I don't know if any of you who have car insurance and how now there's this big push to put these Bluetooth devices in your car so they can know, you're driving too fast, or they give you a discount for having this in your car. And it reports back to them what you're doing in your car. So I'm like, okay, you have other insurance companies that by taking this pill lets them know what medicines that you should take, or if you're taking them. Is this field truly fascinating or utterly dystopian? As Berla himself said, imagine the compliance. This kind of technology could easily open the door to all kinds of nefarious applications. Since then, DVOC put Pfizer in a position of power never seen before for a pharmaceutical company. So 2 years later, this guy rises to the pinnacle during the biggest event that hit the world since, known to man. Okay, and like I said, here he is. Check his face out. Looking at this African leader. And check out the gates of hell in his face. Gritting his teeth. Like, die already. You and your people need to die already. And then this guy, look at this guy's face out. He's like, are you really shaking this guy's hand? You really believe what this guy's selling? He's a snake oil salesman. He's selling snake oil. Serpent venom. You really making a deal with this guy? And the Pfizer CEO is like, yeah, he's that gullible. He's that simple. We got him. We got us one. Hook, line, and sinker. So, like Pfizer, the WEF is also using DVOC to further its agenda. So I hope, brothers and sisters, going through this information, you're seeing all the connections. Everything is connecting here. From crises to people to companies. All these coincidental, strange connections. Maybe not strange for those who understand the game. But one of those things you're just like, man, like how is it that connected and all in our face and people can't see it? Number 7, praising massive lockdowns. In 2020 and 21, cities around the world were subjected to massive and drastic lockdowns, causing job losses, suicides, drug overdoses, isolation, mental health issues, domestic abuse, bankruptcies, and homelessness. During this horrific period, children could not attend school for months and were essentially barred from interacting with other children. A slew of small and medium businesses was destroyed while large corporations thrived. Okay, so all the small businesses were choked out while Walmart, Amazon, all those big companies, they thrived. They became richer. They weren't shut down, but the local mom and pop shop, they had to shut down. DVOC 91 wasn't at Walmart, but it was at the local mom and pop spot, and they weren't allowed to be open. Does that sound like something that's going on that has to do with the disease or something else going on? Despite all of this, the WEF could not hide its love of drastic, life-destroying lockdowns. In fact, it released a video surrealistically called "Lockdowns Are Quietly Improving Cities Around the World." Here's this piece of complete insanity. So let's check this out. They released this video. How quiet was your local area? Okay, so that was good. Okay, that was good. But then there was so much backlash that the WEF deleted the video that we just watched and then posted this tweet. We're deleting this tweet. Lockdowns aren't quietly improving cities around the world, but they are an important part of the public health response to COVID-19. As you can see, despite deleting the video, the WEF kept praising lockdowns. That's because the WEF would love to see COVIDian life become permanent. Remember, DVOC 91 is unstoppable. Number 6, take a peek at the future. Judging by comments on YouTube and social media, people absolutely hate videos created by the WEF, but they keep coming because they don't care what you think. They just want to plant their seed of insanity into your mind. In a video titled How Our Lives Could Soon Look, the WEF invites viewers to take a peek at the future, and it is bleak. It's all about making DVOC life permanent. This is how our lives could soon look. Let's take a look at the future. 5 ways the pandemic could reshape our lives in the long term. Let's take a look here. Be identified by your heartbeat. So these are all the ways it's going to make your life better if DVOC 91 never goes away. Digital technology will change the way children learn. Oh yes, put your child in front of a computer or a screen and let them learn that way. Not in front of a person, interacting with a person, but interacting with a machine. Oh yes, how great for the children. And then it says, what pandemic era changes would you like to become permanent? Like they really care what we think or what we like, or they wouldn't be doing other stuff anyway, because ain't nobody I know want none of this stuff. So they actually try to make you feel included or inclusive in this. This video is filled with masked people, Purell dispensers, and QR codes. This is the future they want. Then there's this nugget of insanity. We talked about you being identified by your heartbeat. And it says here, no, go away. The video proudly says NASA has invented a system that can ID you from your heartbeat using a laser. As if that wasn't enough, the video shows children stuck at home and being schooled through screens. The video ends by showing people wearing masks outside like crazy people. None. Go away. Number 5, pushing for a great reset. As stated above, the WEF perceives the pandemic as an opportunity. It is not only an opportunity to reshape our personal existence, but to restructure the entire world structure according to its principles. The WEF calls it the Great Reset. To promote this reset that absolutely nobody wants, the WEF released a propaganda video. It really fits the definition of propaganda. Here it is in all of its insanity. So, here is the video, Davos Agenda 2021, what is the Great Reset? And if these videos, the volume is low, just keep in mind these are not my videos, so I can't control the volume on them. For those that say the video is low. But let's hear from the horse's mouth. Let's hear them explain what this Great Reset is.
The pandemic has radically changed the world as we know it, and the actions we take today as we work to recover will define our generation.
Now is the time to think what history would say about this crisis.
2020 has been challenging on a lot of levels, as economic, environmental, and societal frailties have been laid bare. But it's also proved that when we need to, we can act rapidly and restructure our lives.
Recovery from the pandemic is an opportunity. We can see rays of hope in the form of a vaccine, but there is no vaccine for the planet. Nature needs a bailout.
You don't want to go back to the status quo that you had before simply because it was the status quo that got us here.
With everything falling apart, we can reshape the world in ways we couldn't before. Ways that better address so many of the challenges we face. And that's why so many are calling for a great reset. A great reset? That sounds more like buzzword bingo masking some nefarious plan for world domination. Hands up, this kind of slogan hasn't gone down well. But all we really want to say is that we all have an opportunity to build a better world. And it's not surprising that people who've been disenfranchised by a broken system and pushed even further by the pandemic will suspect global leaders of conspiracy. But the world's not that simple. Every one of us...
You don't say that people will point this out as conspiracy.
People who've been disenfranchised by a broken system and pushed even further by the pandemic will suspect global leaders of conspiracy. But the world's not that simple. Every one of us has differing priorities, values, and ideas. That's part of why solutions are so hard to come by, and why we all need to be involved in the decision-making. Because whether it's politicians, CEOs, academics, activists, or you, we're all about getting people together, even those you may not like, to sit down at the table and develop solutions that work for all of us. But
we need enormous trust between the private sector and the public sector for this to actually work. That trust is hard to come by.
It's time for people to work together, listen to each other, and build this trust so we can move towards a better world. And we really need one. Because while the pandemic affects us all, it's clear it affects some more than others.
The first people who are hit are the people at the front, those who are vulnerable. It is those on the front line who take it first, and that is simply unacceptable.
See, at the start of 2020, 1% of the world's population owned 44% of the wealth. And since the start of the pandemic, billionaires have increased theirs by more than 25%, whilst 150 million people fell back into extreme poverty. And, with climate change set to dwarf the damage caused by the pandemic, the message from 2020 should be abundantly clear.
Capitalism, as we know it, is dead. This obsession that we have had with maximizing profits for shareholders alone has led to incredible inequality and a planetary emergency.
But no one can do this alone, and top-down approaches won't get us anywhere, because everything we've learned in our work has shown us that diverse voices lead to better results. And it's for these reasons that the forum talks about something called stakeholder capitalism, which would shift businesses away from just profit Because
if we want to change where the focus of our recovery will go, then we need a new dashboard for the new economy. And that needs to encompass people, planet, prosperity, and institutions.
giving people a real stake in the economy and putting well-being before growth. And that's all about getting the right people in the right place at the right time.
We must rebuild our relationship with nature for the survival of the peoples and our planet.
We have a window of time which is closing, and we need everybody who cares to get together and find solutions now.
It's the people who have great ideas and who share them with others. They're the ones who are shaping the future. So if you want to be a part of the change, then tune in, turn on, and get involved. Follow the Davos agenda, right here, online, on YouTube.
So there is their promotion, and for the WEF's Great Reset. And when you look at the comments here, people are angry. People are furious with what they just watched, what they just seen. This feels like the most overt propaganda I've seen in my lifetime. So many are calling for a great reset. No, the elite is calling for it. This is terrifying. No one wants a reset or your version of a better world. No, 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 no. We don't want this. No one voted for this. The voting ratio on this video proves the point. And see, this is the reason they had to get rid of the dislike button, because so many people were disliking videos. It was like 1,000 to 1. 1,000 dislikes to 1 like. So now on YouTube, when you come there, you see the dislike button, but you don't see how many people hit it. All you see is the likes. See, that's part of the mind control and manipulation also. Subliminal messages at its finest. Wake up, people. These crooks aren't hiding anymore. So people out there are seeing things clearly. Don't let them make you think this is some conspiracy theory. So notice how even in the video, ridiculizes conspiracy theories while astoundingly confirming these theories. So it tries to demonize conspiracy theorists, but then it says here, global elites plan for your future. This is actually in the video. More of those subliminal images, right? It also announced the death of capitalism. RIP 2020. And again, before Schwab, it was Hitler. National Socialism will use its own revolution for establishing of a new world order. No more capitalism. We're going into a socialistic society where you will own nothing and you will be happy. Okay. Also, you have recalibrating, number 4, recalibrating freedom of speech. An easy way to identify world leaders who are groomed by the WEF is through their incessant railing against free speech. They absolutely hate it, and they're constantly calling for the internet to be censored and highly regulated. At the Davos 2022 meeting, Australian E-Safety Commissioner Julie Inman Grant stated that we need a recalibration of free speech. So listen at the things that they say at these meetings. Let's hear again. We have a horse. We'll hear from the horse's mouth.
We are finding ourselves in a place where we have increasing polarization everywhere. and everything feels binary when it doesn't need to be. So I think we're going to have to think about a recalibration of a whole range of human rights that are playing out online, from freedom of speech to the freedom to, to be free from online violence, or the right of data protection to the right to child dignity.
Let's hear that again.
We are finding ourselves in a place where we have increasing polarization everywhere, and everything feels binary when it doesn't need to be. So
everything feels binary when it doesn't need to be.
So I think we're going to have to think about a recalibration of a whole range of human rights that are.
We're going to have to think of a recalibration of a whole range of human rights. This is what these people are sitting up talking about at these meetings. And your input isn't welcome. Okay? Your input is not welcome here. They're deciding what's best for you. You need a recalibration of your own human rights. And they get to decide what that recalibration is.
Playing out online, from freedom of speech.
From freedom of speech.
To the freedom to, to be free from online violence.
From the freedom to be free of online violence. Oh yes, you cannot forget about that online violence is so terrible. Okay? Online violence is so terrible. It's a huge world concern right now.
Or the right of data protection to the right to child dignity.
Here, Grant essentially calls for censorship. She even believes that freedom of speech as a human right should be recalibrated, using online violence as an excuse. Right? So they'll use something that really doesn't exist at all in online violence and say, because of that, we must recalibrate your freedom of speech. There is no such thing as online violence. They love to equate speech with violence. It is an extremely manipulative way of justifying China-style censorship. Free speech is in fact binary. Either it exists or it doesn't, and they clearly don't want it to exist. What else do we have from the WF? Number 3, tracking your clothes. The WF wants to control your clothes. Again, you will own nothing and be happy. So that means the clothes on your back won't be yours either. You have to share those. It says, and they've made a video about it. Did I mention that people absolutely hate WEF videos? Here's another one that got people's blood boiling. This startup gives clothes digital HDs to help the planet. It says online digital passports for garments. So your clothes is going to have a passport in it. It's just because they want to track and trace and trace and database everything. Okay, because people wear clothes. So wherever your clothes are, you are. They know where you are. In case you get any bright idea to try to take the chip out of your body. Okay. Of course, they use the justification of climate change. Textiles generate 10% of the world's CO2 emissions, more than shipping and aviation combined. So because CO2 emissions is going out into the airspace, according to them, that's too big of a carbon footprint. So their solution, we must track your clothes. As if that makes any sense. Check it out. Something key here. It says, but digitally connected products open up new, greener ways of profiting. So how does digitally connected products help? What is the solution? Such as rental. So now you won't buy clothes, you will rent clothes, meaning again, you will own nothing and be happy. No more owning clothes, you will rent clothes. And you will share clothes with everybody. Down all the way down to the drawers that you wear on your behind. You're going to share those and rent them out and share them with everybody. So these are the things that if you're not careful, you might miss. They slip in there. So you got Microsoft, EON, aims to bring billions of garments online by 2025. So they're looking, again, Internet of Things, looking to bring your clothes online by 2025. Brought to you by the World Economic Forum and Uplink. Digital passports in your clothes. Backed by Microsoft, yet once again, gates of hell. All right. RFID chips and QR codes everywhere. You notice when you go to a restaurant now, they don't have menus anymore. They have a QR code on the table and you must scan the code to get the menu because of the lockdown. Oh yeah, they're getting you used to a digital world. Number 2, is what it says. The video makes sure not to mention that this technology would be a great way of tracking those who ditch their smartphones. But ditching your smartphone might become impossible. So that leads us to number 2. Smartphones will be in your body by 2030. At the 2022 Davos meeting, Nokia CEO Pekka Lundmark claimed that by 2030, smartphones will be implanted directly into the body. This would coincide with the coming of 6G technology, which is expected to be launched by the end of the decade. So here it is. They don't even have 5G up, and they're talking about launching 6G. All right. Cell phones in your body. No more cell phones in your hand. That purpose has served its purpose and long come and gone. Now it needs to be in your body, which was the ultimate goal. So let's check this video out here.
I wanted to ask when you all think we're going to move from this form factor to something that's on your face, glasses, and when computing's all on the edge.
All right, 50 seconds. Who wants to answer quickly? I think it will go. It will. First of all, it will definitely happen. I was talking about 6G earlier, which is around 2030. I would say that by then, definitely the smartphone as we know it today will not anymore be the usual kind of the most common interface. Wow. Many of these things will be built directly into our bodies.
There it is. The Nokia CEO telling you in plain sight, your smartphone is going to be in your body. It's going to be a smart mark. Okay? You want to access the internet, it's going to come through the mark of the beast. You're going to make a phone call, it's going to come through the digital frequency that the mark of the beast is going to give you access to, through the telekinesis and the telepathy. The reason why they're investing in so much in sound waves and mind control. It says here, for years, this site has been documenting the elite's incessant push for transhumanism, which is the merging of humans with machines. They're looking to accelerate this transition by making things people cannot live without, such as smartphones available in transhumanist form. Are you noticing their creepy eagerness to insert things in our bodies? Number one, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. This is probably the most dystopian moment in WF history. In 2016, Ida Auken, a member of parliament in Denmark, said, "Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better." The WEF loved the quote so much that it tweeted about it. So here it is. And look at this lady's, look at her eyes. Okay. Look at her body language. Does she look like she's in reality right now, or does she look like she's somewhere else? And I'm saying that she's not even in her own body. And so she's the one that said this, made this statement. Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better. There was also a video created titled 8 Predictions for the World in 2030. Here's a screenshot. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. They love to put their prediction phrases in a non-conditional form as if they're an inevitability. But look at this smiling guy. He's clearly happy. Thank you, WEF. So this is an article on the WEF's website. It says, I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or any clothes. Writes Danish MP Ida Auken. Shopping is a distant memory in the city of 2030 whose inhabitants have cracked, clean, energy, and borrow what they need on demand. It sounds utopian until she mentions that her every move is tracked, and outside the city life swaths of discontents, the ultimate vision of society split in two. In this dystopian future, there are no products you can own, only services that are rented and delivered using drones. This system would make all humans completely dependent on WEF-controlled corporations for every single basic need. There would be absolutely no autonomy, no freedom, and no privacy, and you'll be happy. And then we have here honorable mention, individual carbon footprint tracker. So at the Davos 2022, they announced the development of an individual carbon footprint tracker. Let's hear it here from Alibaba Group President, J. Michael Evans.
We're developing, through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
So we're hearing it from the horse's mouths tonight, family. Is this still conspiracy theory? Like, they can call it whatever they want to call it. At the end of the day, nobody wants this stuff. So because I say I don't want it, that doesn't make me a conspiracy theorist. It's just not for me. If it's for you, you do it. You take it. You go live in that life and make this utopian society. And if what you're saying is how we're living life is going to fail, then that's our right to fail in that type of life. That means that you go live your life that way and we fail and we're gone and you continue to live this utopic life that you're claiming it's going to be. Okay? But trying to force people into this only makes your case that much less valid. And it only makes our case more validated. In conclusion, upon reviewing the list, two common themes become obvious. The first theme is penetration. That's a sodomite. Okay, a sodomite is looking to penetrate. Okay, unallowed penetration, meaning you're trying to penetrate against my will, against my desire. That's a sodomite. The WEF wants to penetrate governments, and not just governments, our bodies, okay, using global leaders, aka Manchurian candidates. It also wants to penetrate our bodies through pills, microchips, injections. It also wants to penetrate our mind using sound waves, censorship, and propaganda. That's a sodomite. Looking to overimpose themselves and penetrate. The other theme is control. They want to control what we think, where we go, what we say, what we eat, and what we wear. Do you know who agrees with the WEF? China. Censorship is widespread. A social credit system controls people's behavior, and DVOC is still used as an excuse for massive lockdowns and total population control. Not to mention the literal concentration camps. Despite all of this, Chinese officials are constantly present at WEF meetings. Why? Because China is basically a laboratory for the WEF's policies. So that's why it always starts in China. Okay, China is the laboratory of the WEF. They do it there first, and then they look to bring it to other places, other countries. Okay, so very, very good article there on the 10 creepiest and most dystopian things pushed by the WEF. And so I have questions for this global organization, and to make my proclamation to them that these things that they're into are creepy to me, and I'm not for it. Okay, and that doesn't make me a conspiracy theorist. That just makes me someone who doesn't want that stuff. All right. Next article. So not only did you have the Davos that met, but a few days ago you also had Bilderberg group meets in secret to discuss disinformation. So Bilderberg is just another name, very similar to the WEF or to the Davos, where these group of global elites get together and discuss their plans on world domination and control over us. So their main topic was discussing disinformation. This comes out blacklistednews.com. This is the 68th annual Bilderberg Group meeting in Washington, D.C. The first meeting was in 1954. Let's check out some of this year's attendees. Former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, CIA Director William Burns, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, this guy's everywhere, former CIA head David Petraeus, and Senator Kirsten Sinema. The Prime Minister for the Netherlands, Mark Rutte, is also an attendee, as well as Canada's Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who this year ordered banks to freeze the accounts of civil liberty protesters. So not only is Canada, they're doing so much in Canada right now, banning handguns, they also ordered to freeze the accounts of those who are protesting. These are some of the things discussed at the Bilderberg geopolitical realignment, NATO challenges, China, Indo-Pacific realignment, Sino-U.S. tech competition, Russia, continuity of government and the economy, disruption of the global financial system, disinformation, energy security and sustainability, post-pandemic health, fragmentation of democratic societies, trade and deglobalization, Ukraine. So they're now looking as ways to combat what they would call disinformation, or in translation, those of us that are asking questions, those of us that aren't for any of this stuff, because we're getting this stuff from their website. So how is that disinformation if these are your websites, your words? Okay, that's not disinformation or misinformation. Okay. Or else you're calling your own stuff disinformation and misinformation, which that I can agree with. Okay, don't call me a disinformant or a misinformant when I'm just repeating your disinformation and misinformation. That's on you, not me. Okay? So the real culprits have exposed themselves. All right, and we're about to take a break here in a moment and go to our second segment here, but we have a video here and we talked about this. Okay, we read an article on this, I believe, last broadcast about the majority of the world's countries giving up sovereignty to the WHO. So again, these are globalists looking to seize global control, and they need you to give up your sovereignty. So let's check this video out here real quick.
And you've already got in place all the elements of a war, of an occupation. We are at war. This is where we are, and I predicted this about 13 months ago. I said there will come a time when things will start coming at us so quickly, and it'll be so disorienting. It'll be one thing after another, one crisis after another. And I told you exactly what they would be. I said there would be disruptions in the food supplies, there would be disruptions in the energy grid, there would be disruptions in the cyber grid, and there will be a way to not have midterms. And you were really unhappy when I said that. Well, I need to say what Roguski has found is I do not believe, based on history, it's important, I don't think a comment barrage is going to stop them. I think they are going to go ahead and try to give away our sovereignty. I do know that, and this is related, President Trump extended the President Biden extended the state of emergency last month for the 8th time, but for the first time in an open-ended way. No terminus date. This allowed him to send billions of dollars to HHS without going through Congress. Bear with me. Our southern border is open. There are fighting age men pouring over from Afghanistan and from Ukraine. These fighting age men are going to places around the country that we don't know or understand. They're not being tracked. They're not being followed. They're just being placed in various places around the country. Over the border, we saw another World Economic Forum lackey declare martial law when the truckers were in Canada, and there were unidentifiable mercenary type, very violent soldier type people. They weren't really police, being extremely abusive. You saw this in France against the protesters. So I guess what I'm trying to say is they're not going to stop. Britain is already talking about giving up sovereignty. People in Ireland are already saying, what can we do? What can we do? There are 198 countries that are, discussing giving up sovereignty. Well, once you've done that and you understand we are in a state of emergency now, right? And New York State, on a state level, in a state of emergency. States across the country are in a state of emergency. It means that if tomorrow the treaty goes through and and sovereignty, the decision making is elevated above the level of our nation state, Tedros on next Tuesday can declare that we're having a public health emergency, and you've already got in place all the elements of a war, of an occupation. We are at war. It is a super sneaky war, but they are putting all the elements in place to suddenly pull the trigger, and there are armed men outside your door, and they don't answer to our commander-in-chief. And that's where we're going. It's not where we're going someday. It's where the pieces are being put in place now. So this is a time of extraordinary danger. So yes, by all means, make your comments, but might also learn where your food comes from, find out, who your neighbors are, protect your house. I personally am, learning marksmanship. We have to be ready. I am a peaceful person. I do not want war, but war is being waged upon us.
So here it is. We just went through a whole New World Order global takeover agenda and program and initiatives laid out by the WEF with Davos 2022, also the Bilderberg meeting. And at this time when they're making all these decrees of global takeover through these initiatives, 198 countries are looking to give up sovereignty and sign it over to the WHO, meaning that in the event that there's a pandemic declared by the WHO takes over all power of the countries that have signed over their sovereignty, meaning you have no rights. The WHO tells you under a pandemic, we have control, we have power over you to tell you what you can and can't do. Okay? So that's what's going on right now. And I want to play a intermission video here as we are getting ready to go into segment 2. Now that we have spoken about Davos 2022, we're about to go into the upcoming financial hurricane. But before we do, let me have a quick moment to share with you some promotion here. We have for Officer Pala a new album entitled Circumspect. So let me play this little promotional video here a couple times. One second.
Shalom, family. First and foremost, giving all praises to a higher in the name of his son, Yeshaya, Warawak Akwadash. This is your Courtland presenting to you here today, Circumspect, by our beloved brother Pala Salah. And now I'm speaking on salvation, self-examination, and repentance. We pray that it's edifying to your spirit. It's available on Bandcamp. Go check it out. Let's go. Shalom, family. First and foremost, giving all praises to a higher in the name of his son, Yeshaya, Warawak Akwadash. This is your Courtland presenting to you here today, Circumspect, by our beloved brother Pala Salah. And now I'm speaking on salvation, self-examination, and repentance. We pray that it's edifying to your spirit. It's available on Bandcamp. Go check it out. Let's go.
All right, so that is the latest project from Officer Pala, album titled Circumspect. All right, so make sure you're supporting the family. Support the brother in his work. Definitely very talented brother. And moderator, Life Row Records, if you could put the link, I have the link here in the on the promotion, but if you could put the link in the chat where brothers and sisters can go to get this and check out this album to support this brother's work, please drop that off there in the chat. All right. As we segue over now to the segment 2 of tonight's broadcast. We dealt with Davos 2022. Now let us deal with this upcoming economic hurricane. All right. I know brothers and sisters can take a look at your grocery stores, at your gas stations. I mean, heck, even me, I had a auto insurance policy just renewed, and it went up $50 as the coverage for auto insurance here in Texas has gone up statewide. All right. So everything is going up. What is that going to lead to? Well, some are calling it, one thing. Some are calling it something else. Well, let's hear from the experts on what they say is coming. So we have here Jamie Dimon, at the Strategic Decisions Conference, says get ready for an economic hurricane.
It's a hurricane. Right now it's kind of sunny, things are doing fine. Everyone thinks the Fed can handle this. That hurricane is right out there down the road coming our way. We just don't know if it's a minor one or Superstorm Sandy or Sandy or Andrew or something like that. And it's you better brace yourself.
Let me rewind that. I didn't have the video up here. Let me get the video back up here. All right. Jamie Dimon says get ready for an economic hurricane.
It's a hurricane. Right now it's kind of sunny, things are doing fine. Everyone thinks the Fed can handle this. That hurricane is right out there down the road coming our way. We just don't know if it's a minor one or Superstorm Sandy or Sandy or Andrew or something like that. And it's you better brace yourself.
Well, all of last year, the
All
government.
right. So now, Jamie Dimon.
It's a hurricane.
I'm not going to play it again. It's going back here. So he's the chief executive officer of J.P. Morgan Chase & Co. Okay. As the economy struggles against fiscally induced growth, quantitative tightening, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So here it is. All we heard about was Ukraine at Davos 2022. How the economy is out of balance. Okay. And now we have the CEO of JP Morgan Chase saying that we're getting ready for an economic hurricane. So we have it here on CBS News. Jamie Dimon says interest rate hikes and Ukraine war will cause economic hurricane. So you see how this war in Russia fits right in. Remember, this war in Russia and Ukraine was actually, it's all throughout their books. I think The Great Narrative. Also that, there's so many papers we've gone through. I'm trying to keep up, but I remember there's so many papers we've gone through where Russia and Ukraine are mentioned. I think it may be that monkeypox simulation they did. It was mentioned. So many different books and white papers mentioning this thing with Russia and Ukraine and how it's going to affect the whole world. And the Swabster calls it an unstoppable war. And the Federal Reserve now, in the midst of this inflation, is now looking to raise rates. We've been dealing with negative interest rates, and now they're looking to raise the rates. So 3 factors, 3 headwinds. Russia's war in Ukraine, the government-fueled consumer spending boom, and the Fed's attempt to unwind its balance sheet would combine to create an unprecedented situation. The biggest land war in Europe in more than 70 years is creating uncertainties in a region that supplies many of the world's necessities, he said. How convenient is that? There hasn't been a land war. This is the biggest land war in Europe in more than 70 years. And this particular region supplies many of the world's necessities. How convenient. Wars go bad. They go south. They have unintended consequences. And this happens to be right in the commodity markets of the world. Wheat, oil, gas, and stuff like that. He said, the disruption in grain shipments from Russia and Ukraine, which together provide nearly 1/3 of the world's wheat supply, is already leading to skyrocketing food prices in Africa and Asia. Why are food prices in Africa skyrocketing? I mean, maybe countries like Egypt, but Africa should be self-sustaining. They shouldn't need outside shipments with this as fruitful as a country like Africa is, or a continent. Africa should never starve. With international aid groups warning that hundreds of thousands of people could starve this summer. Meanwhile, rising energy prices are squeezing the budgets of households and nations alike. Against this backdrop, Diamond said the Fed also has to scale back a government aid-fueled spending boom during the coronavirus recession, including unemployment benefits and business loans that led Americans to save $2 trillion above normal levels. Remember all that stimulus money they've been pumping out? And you got all these people out here running around with no jobs, and you got a worker shortage where hiring now signs everywhere. Yeah, that money. You can't just print up a bunch of money and send it out and think there's not going to be repercussions. All this is by design. He said, you're looking at something they're going to be writing history books on for 50 years. And added he is girding for a huge volatility. Diamond's dire warnings underline the economic uncertainty facing the nation while the job market is at its tightest level in decades. Consumer prices are rising at the fastest clip since the 1980s. And then you have economists on Wall Street telling you everything's going to be all right. The economy is going to avoid a major downturn. So all these people now are coming out saying, you know, the U.S. is unlikely to tumble into a recession anytime soon. So they're basically saying that this guy's the odd man out. He's the only one saying a recession's coming out of 40 people. All the rest are saying everything's fine. Well, let's take a look at the data. Because again, men lie, women lie. Numbers don't lie. Let's look at the data to see what the truth is here. Because they'll make you seem like this guy is a nut job. And I'm not saying that he's a good guy or that he's some truth speaker. This Jamie Dimon guy. But they like to put the truth out before they do what they do. Okay? Let's hear it from some more people here. We have someone else speaking on this. Peter Schiff, economic hurricane is coming.
Well, all of last year, as the government printed trillions of new dollars, our Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, who used to run the Fed and is therefore responsible for inflation, assured us, no, this is not going to cause inflation. Watch.
We've had several months of high inflation that most economists, including me, believe will be transitory.
I personally believe that this represents transitory factors.
Are higher prices here to stay?
I believe it's transitory, but I don't mean to suggest that these pressures will disappear in the next month or two. It is important that we monitor it carefully, but I believe fundamentally, that this is something that will settle down.
Transitory.
Transitory.
Takes a lot of brass for Janet Yellen to describe herself as an economist. Not an economist. She's a ridiculous figure who does not get the credit she deserves for screwing up in a very serious way the U.S. economy. Well, this week, finally, in the face of overwhelming evidence, she had to admit she was wrong. You can't deny it anymore. The economy's in serious trouble. The head of J.P. Morgan Chase, that would be Jamie Dimon, just told investors that an economic hurricane is on the way. Watch this.
I said there's storm clouds, they're big storm clouds, it's a hurricane. Right now it's kind of sunny, things are doing fine, everyone thinks the Fed can handle this. That hurricane is right out there down the road coming our way.
Peter Schiff is an actual economist of Euro Pacific Capital. He joins us tonight. Peter, thanks so much for coming on. Jamie Dimon is a pretty understated guy most of the time. Hurricane, do you agree with that?
Well, I do, except I think it's going to be a Category 5 hurricane, so I think he's sugarcoating it a bit.
Oh. And what, if you were in charge, if you were Janet Yellen, you were the Treasury Secretary, what would you do to avert it or lessen its effects right now?
Well, unfortunately, there's no way to avert it. I mean, but what we have to do is deal with it in a responsible way, something that Janet Yellen has never been a part of. She's, complaining about inflation, but she helped create the inflation. When she was chair of the Federal Reserve, she kept interest rates at 0 for half of her term. And then when she finally started to raise them, it took her 2 years to get to 1 1/4. And then if you go back to her tenure as the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, she was there during the housing bubble and the financial crisis, and at the peak of the housing bubble, she assured the nation in several speeches that there was no housing bubble, and then she went on to say even if there was a bubble, if she was wrong and it popped, it would do no damage to the U.S. economy. So she was incompetent at the Fed, and she's still incompetent as Secretary of the Treasury.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that was demonstrable. This was the most shocking, from my perspective, the most shocking appointment that Joe Biden made. How in the world could he have appointed Janet Yellen, of all people on planet Earth, Treasury Secretary? How did that happen?
Well, it's all politics. But, had he not appointed her, he might have appointed somebody equally bad. I mean, there's so many bad people to choose from because they pick these people for political reasons. It's not because they actually know anything about the economy. Biden wants somebody who's going to validate his political agenda, even if that political agenda is detrimental to the economic health of the United States.
That is all. I wish I could say that's not true, but it's so clearly true. Peter Schiff, I appreciate your perspective. Thank you very much.
So the economists are coming out and concurring that the economic hurricane is not only coming, but it's going to be a Category 5. Respected economists like Peter Schiff. Now there's more. And again, for those that are in the chat saying that to turn it up, the volume of the videos I can't control. So the videos will turn up as loud as they are. That's just that's the volume that they're recorded in. Okay. So you would have to turn it up on your end if it's not loud enough. Here's another video I have. Monetary system will collapse on its own weight as Bilderberg meets secretly in DC. Let's check this one out.
And basically, if you're going to collapse the global economy, because the system will collapse of its own weight. It's designed to collapse. It's a system that has multi-generational length to it, and we're at the end. So if you know that's going to happen and you can't control it when it happens, wouldn't you like to have a system of control in place to prevent riots under the guise of variants and viruses to lock people down? wouldn't you also like to not blame policymakers, the politicians, and the central bankers? Wouldn't you like to blame a virus? So that's what happened in 2020. And we're again facing another economic collapse because we're literally at the end of the global monetary system as we know it. And as you can see in the stock markets and the inflation that's raging, we're about to basically enter another collapse. And my belief is that this monkeypox arrived right on time. A lot of people said it's a joke because monkeypox doesn't transfer to humans quite as well as the coronavirus did. But guess what came out yesterday? Dr. Malone put out a Substack saying it's looking like the current monkeypox that they've identified may have been engineered. So it looks like something's happened to the traditional monkeypox, and now there's evidence that it's been engineered, and that's starting to really worry my friends on Wall Street. I talked to a lot of different people, and the people who are awake and know what's going on, that's not the majority of Wall Street, it's only a select few, are now thinking, and I'm starting to think, there will be no elections in the fall. They will lock us down under the cover of the monkeypox virus. And at the very least, if we do have elections, it'll be mail-in ballots, and we won't be able to go to the ballots in person, or to the ballot boxes in person. That's my thesis. That's what I think's coming.
So this particular gentleman, and I'm not sure what his name is, he's saying that there's not going to be any midterm elections. We're going into another lockdown this fall. Fauci, the fraudster, has came out and said that there's going to be a resurge of DVOC 91 this fall. At the same time, they're all screaming monkeypox, monkeypocalypse. And you have all these other factors going on in our environment and economy right now. And he's saying, at the very least, if we do have elections this fall, there'll be mail-in ballots because we'll have a lockdown. And if you look at our reality right now and how crazy it is and how the energy is right now, I don't know if you all can feel the energy, how crazy it is just in our reality. It's insane out here. And I don't think it's any wonder that as soon as things kicked up a notch, they released that Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, where all type of sorcery and magic and portal opening is going on. It seemed like all that happened right around the time they released that Marvel movie. And every day it's just been onslaught after onslaught of just craziness going on in our reality. So let me see here. We have more. Let me make sure. All right. We have more. Have anybody looked at the gas pump lately? How's that gas pump looking for you brothers and sisters out there? NewYorkPost.com. Gas has nearly reached an incredible $10 a gallon. This was June 4th. Check it out. Let's check it out. In California, almost $10 a gallon. And there's not an economic hurricane coming? With this going on? I mean, hey, again, the Jedi mind tricks will lull you into a lackadaisical sleep of comfortability. But men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie.
Prices reaching new levels, and take a look at this. Our meteorologist Roberta Gonzalez snapped this picture of gas prices at more than $9.75 a gallon. This was taken at a gas station in Mendocino. One person who lives there told her he thinks it's the highest priced gas in the country. And gas prices continue to rise. According to AAA, the U.S. average is now up to $4.76. That is up 17 cents in just the last week. In California, gas is $6.24 a gallon, and we're breaking records here as well. Oakland is up $6.37 a gallon. San Jose now at $6.38, and San Francisco The average is $6.50 a gallon. Analysts say high demand and the rising price of oil are driving the price increases.
So we don't need to listen to the naysayers when it comes to saying that, Jamie Dimon is one man alone amongst 40 odd people who say everything's going to be fine. New Yorkers paying $5 a gallon for a gallon of gasoline may think things can't get much worse. All right, but in one California town, people are shelling out nearly double that for a fill up. Okay, and it seems like every time I go by a gas station, the price has gone up. And I'm talking about on the same day, on the same trip. So the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. What else do we have? Universal basic income. Remember, you're going into a socialist economy. So what comes with a socialist economy? Before or while you're going into it? Universal basic income. IMF calls for governments to subsidize food and energy. Remember what the WF said was crisis right now. Food, energy, and I'm trying to remember the third one. But I know 2 of the 3 was food and energy. Right? This is June 2nd. So they're going to shift you from unemployment stimulus into universal basic income to where everybody's getting paid the same amount of money. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Inflationary and stagflationary crisis events open up a lot of doors and create a lot of convenient opportunities for globalists obsessed with the ideology of total centralization. A key aspect of the shared economy agenda put forward by the WEF is the concept of UBI, Universal Basic Income. If the government becomes the primary pillar of the economy and the primary source of necessities for a large portion of the population, then this makes public defiance of government mandates much less likely. Check it out. It says here, when the government becomes our nursemaid, how many people will be willing to bite the hand that feeds them? Universal basic income, sign up here. Right? This is what we got going on right now. Work hard, keep half, no work, free stuff. So everybody's lined up in the free stuff line right now. Nobody's working right now. Everybody's getting paid stimulus money. And you got gas prices, what's going on? You got food prices, you got food shelves empty. And you telling me an economic hurricane's not coming? With these conditions and this equation, it says UBI gives political elites incredible power in exchange for nothing more than currency, paper or digital, created from thin air. This is why it is concerning that so many global organizations have become aggressively vocal about government subsidies of necessities the past couple of years. International Monetary Fund head Kristalina Georgieva recently made statements calling for governments to be more active in subsidizing food and energy costs for their citizens in the wake of the inflationary crisis. Such subsidies would, of course, be the beginning stage of an inevitable push for UBI. At the same time this is going on in Iran right now, they're assigning, digital ID for food. Okay, they're digitizing the food, meaning if you don't have the digital credentials, it could be a passport or ID card or whatever, you don't eat in Iran. One step away from the mark of the beast. Okay, and in order for them to bring the mark of the beast, there must be an economic hurricane to collapse the economy, the system. So it's not a matter of if, but when. It says we saw some of the effects of UBI in a limited way during the COVID lockdowns, which resulted in over $6 trillion in stimulus measures in a single year and helicopter money being funneled directly into the U.S. economy. This momentary UBI led to mass labor shortages across the country. And I still go to restaurants to this day, and they tell me, oh, we're short-staffed. We're not taking any more customers. Do you have a reservation? If you don't have a reservation, we're not taking any customers. The temporary jump in retail demand has now faltered, but it did result in increased supply chain woes and added to the already existing inflation problems. Overall, DVOC stimulus policies have been a disaster for the U.S. Okay, this is all by design. Another reason for the IMF to co-opt the discussion on solutions is to also divert blame for the problem. Okay, so they're looking for the scapegoats, like was said in the previous video we watched with the man stating that they would you rather have politicians and policies blamed for what's going on right now, or would you rather blame the virus? Okay, or would you rather blame the big bad boogeyman of the hour in Vladimir Putin? You need a scapegoat. Okay, enter in monkeypox. Enter in the second surge of DVOC 91. In the movie Songbird, it shows that DVOC 91 turns into DVOC 23. Okay. It says anyone still not prepared for a bottleneck in the supply chain and even higher cost needs to take the threat seriously. The globalists are telling you what is about to happen, and if you hope to remain free, UBI is not an option. UBI is not an option. What else do we have going on? California lawmakers want to buy up water rights and cut farming to stave off droughts. We talked about this. The drought on the West Coast. Okay, everybody's looking for someone to blame. So water cuts are happening. Okay, which means that farming, now the farmers can't water their crops. And if the crops aren't getting watered, what does that mean? No food. If there's no food, that's going to affect things like what? The economy. Okay, economic hurricane. So we have all these different things happening, coincidentally, all at the same time. No water, no jobs, no life. All right, let's go to a video here real quick. And then we're going to come back to some more articles. The New World Order in 2022. Let's check it out.
The future is not just happening. The future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room. We have the means to improve the state of the world.
And the way they start is by tracking you. If you go deep in the weeds in what these people are saying at this place, they're openly scheming up some of the craziest plans you'll ever hear of, like tracking your carbon footprint.
We're developing, through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned.
You heard it. The one world government wants to keep tabs on what you eat and where you go. All because John Kerry's a little mad that your cheeseburger is wiping out part of the population.
People forget, greenhouse gases are pollution. And 15 million people a year die because of the quality of the air around the world. We're dealing with a crisis here, folks. It's a crisis made by human beings.
Maybe they should take their own advice before jetting off across the world on those private jets, emitting all that carbon.
This would be a government, a world government, where you don't get to vote on anybody. This is everybody's worst nightmare.
So the Swabster says that the future isn't just happening. The future is being created by those of us in this room. I mean, they come out and put it right in your face. But who's paying attention to what's going on at or what just happened at Davos right now? Not too many people even know what Davos is. So it's not a secret. So what else is going to lead to this economic hurricane? How about all the billions and millions of dollars that Biden and the U.S. government keeps sending to Ukraine? Biden announces new $700 million in military aid for Ukraine. So, since 2014, the U.S. has given Ukraine almost $200 billion in about 8 years behind this so-called war in Ukraine. What does Revelation 17 tell us? When it comes to Babylon and the 10 horns. America being Babylon, Ukraine being part of the 10 horns. Revelation 17:16 tells us, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. So right now, again, we've talked about this scripture. America is being made desolate and naked through all of what they're doing. It's a dismantling of America. All the money now is being pumped out of America over into the 10 horns. And not just money, but military, getting ready for this next war. What war? Go up to verse 14. These shall make war. You read verse 12. It says, and the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. Verse 14. These shall make war with the Lamb. So these 10 horns, which represents the EU, all right, which is Ukraine being part of the EU, America pumping it full of money and military weaponry to get ready with war with the Lamb. this final war, just like the Bible prophesied, while Babylon is being made desolate, naked, about to have her flesh ate, and then burned with fire. All right, destroyed and disposed of. Because America has served its purpose, it's done. It's over. The dream that never was is over. And again, who voted for this? I didn't vote to send Ukraine all this money. Okay. The same way we didn't vote for none of the WEF things they're saying about what's best for our future. But Crime Bill Joe says the U.S. will stand with our Ukrainian partners and continue to provide Ukraine with weapons and equipment to defend itself. So they want you to believe there's actually a real war going on in Ukraine with Russia. When we just read earlier that Putin was groomed by the WEF. He was groomed. That's the reason why he's been in there, 20, 30 years now? And to show you that this war is fake, let's go to our next article. This comes off of English.alamayadeen.net. Ukrainian troops burn wheat and grains as they leave Mariupol. Ukrainian troops burn wheat and grains as they leave Mariupol. The seaport of Mariupol has witnessed a blazing fire that left all grains unfit for consumption. So if it was any mystery that this so-called war with Ukraine was all about getting it to where the world would then be put in this place of inflation and famine, well, they're going to make sure there's a famine by burning the fields. So who gave them this order to burn the wheat fields? You're burning your food up. You're just setting it on fire. And not just your food, but food that you send out as an export to others being burned. Corn and wheat. This is what's really going on. And the media is not talking about it. All by design. The same way that these fields are burning, you have chicken farms going up in flames. You have, food plants going up in flames. How many food plants now have gone up in flames in America? Just mysteriously up in flames. And we talked about this last broadcast. We read the article. I have a video here. World has 10-week supply of wheat. Prepare for the worst food shortages this planet has ever seen. So a bigger thing that we have to be concerned with than an economic hurricane coming is the famine. Because you can't, listen, regardless of the money, it don't matter if there's no food to buy. Right? Let's check this video out here.
Food prices are on the rise. Exponential increases are already killing Americans. You've probably noticed this from your monthly grocery bill. But it's all about to get worse. A lot worse. Planting and then growing and harvesting and ultimately selling food, all of that takes time. So the food that we're consuming right now was first planted several months ago. Next fall, we're supposed to be eating the food that was planted right now. Take a look around. What's going on right now? Well, Ukraine is one of the world's biggest agricultural producers, but in a lot of the country, they didn't even plant crops at all this spring because of the war that our government intentionally stoked to enrich and empower the warmongering DC parasites. In other areas, there'll be no harvest at all because the farmers have been driven away as refugees trying to escape pagan Ukrainian neo-Nazi cannibalistic war criminals, or they've been conscripted into the military or been killed. In some parts of Ukraine, the Zelensky government intentionally triggered floods to stall the Russian army. But whatever the reason, the point is we'll be getting a lot less food out of Ukraine this year. And we'll be getting a lot less food from Russia, too, thanks to our decision to treat 1/8 of the Earth's surface area like it's North Korea. And thanks to the war and global economic turbulence, countries are restricting fertilizer exports also. Even before that, the price of fertilizer was way up. It doesn't take a genius to realize where all of this is headed. We could be seeing the biggest food shortages this planet has seen in decades. Clayton Llewellyn is with the company Heaven's Harvest. Heaven's Harvest is a Christian-owned prepper food company with a big variety of offerings. You can get buckets of survival food in amounts sufficient to last a few weeks or even enough to last 12 whole months. You can also buy heirloom seeds for growing the same kinds of non-hybrid, non-GMO vegetables that your ancestors grew a century ago. They also have water filtration tools and fire starter kits, garden planners, first aid kits, and even guides for at-home food canning. We encourage you to check them out at heavensharvest.com. Clayton joins us now. Sir, thank you so much for coming.
Stu, thanks for having me.
So, I mean, this isn't hyperbolic. I'm not some tinfoil hat-wearing conspiracy theorist. This all appears to be 100% intentional to starve us as part of the plot to genocide Christians.
Absolutely. We're seeing it all over. It's part of the plan. I mean, this is what they've been working on for a few years now. You know, as soon as we saw this last administration get in, like, we knew it was headed this direction, and we saw it coming.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're watching the prices go up right now. I mean, we're watching, obviously, fuel prices go up, and all of that is planned as well. So you're going to choke out the middle class, starve them to death. They won't be able to afford to drive anywhere. They'll be stuck at home, and then pretty soon the refrigerators and the cupboards are bare. A lot of people probably haven't taken the time to grow their own gardens or aren't taking this seriously, and they aren't stocking up at all.
No, not one bit. But back to what you were saying, like, this has been we've watched this happen. I mean, come on, 3 years ago or 2 years ago when COVID hit, like, all of a sudden we have a supply chain issue. And now nobody's working, so the processing plants aren't making food. How many processing plants have caught on fire here in the last couple months? I mean, there was another chicken factory that just caught on fire over the weekend. Like, this is all taking place for a reason, but nobody's ready for it. You know what I mean?
So all these things going up in flames. Ukraine, fields going up in flames. Chicken factories going up in flames. You name it. All right, everything going up in flames all at once. And there's not a hurricane coming, both economic and on a food system level.
I mean, some people have stuck a little bit in the refrigerator or, you know, a little bit in the closet, but not nearly enough to survive for 2, 3, 4 months or a year. And like you just said, the stuff we're planting today or that they're harvesting today isn't available tomorrow.
Right.
This takes months to get this stuff to the market or get it to the canneries and all that. So it's like this isn't gonna. If something bad happens, it's not gonna happen for 2 or 3 months. We're gonna feel this for 2 or 3 years.
But don't worry, because Bill Gates has all his fake meat coming just in time for the famine. All right, all his Soylent Green that he spoke about a year or two ago will be ready for a time like this, and that will be your food. The impossible meat, the beyond meat, the I can't believe it's meat, or I can't believe it's not meat.
Here in the state of Minnesota and throughout the Midwest, corn is being planted right now, for example. The corn that's being planted right now, the old adage is knee-high by the 4th of July. That's what farmers are looking for, is that the corn is knee-high by the 4th of July. That stuff isn't harvested until the fall. The same applies for everything that we import from around the world. And this stuff hasn't been planted in the top agricultural producing countries on the planet because of this war, this undeclared war that we're actually fighting right now, that the press doesn't want to tell you that we're fighting, but they're trying to get the American public to stand behind so people like Lindsey Graham can be enriched and empowered, the fossils in our elitist government that's a criminal organization meant to starve and genocide and kill the people. So it's the engineered bioweapon out of the Wuhan bioweapons lab, COVID-19, scares people towards the bioweapon shots. People are dying all over the place. Top of their peak of their physical condition, dropping dead, athletes collapsing on, professional playing fields everywhere. People are developing vaccine-induced AIDS. That's part of the genocide plan. We now have this fake monkeypox being reported. We have another COVID-level type of pandemic that the media is pushing here to scare everybody. Where conveniently, there's an mRNA vaccine already ready to go for that too, probably the same death serum that we're getting for this COVID thing. And then now the food shortages, they're literally going to starve you. I believe that this is part of a genocide targeting Christians as they replace us by importing other people from around the world in the name of diversity. And these people won't be able to eat either. But seemingly, all of the food is going to them, and it's being slotted for them. Baby formula is being slotted for them. Well, we can't get it here anywhere. The illegal aliens coming into our country can. So, I mean, is this just all wild and crazy thoughts that I'm having here that just will never come to fruition, or how do we prepare for this stuff?
Well, what do they say? The difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is a couple months.
Yeah, about 24 hours now, actually. We're being vindicated daily on this program. So, heavensharvest.com, talk to me about this. I mentioned some of the things that you can get there. This is a Christian-owned company that's going to help people to do this. A lot of people don't really know how to prep.
Well, there's a lot to it. You know what I mean? Like, it's the more I've been in this business, the more I realize there's a lot more to it. Like, we started this thing probably about 10 years ago, and I had ordered some food from another company. That when that food showed up on my door, I was shocked at what they told me was a year's supply. Once I started adding it all up and figuring out the calories, it's not a year. It was about 3 months worth of food. And that got me like, this isn't any good. Like, if something happens, this is going to go beyond 3 months. So we started with our heirloom seed kit. Like, what do we do to give us more food down the road that we can keep growing and keep growing with it? And the heirloom vegetable seeds were the answer to that. We have an heirloom seed kit. It's got 39 different varieties of heirloom vegetable seeds. And the heirloom seeds, you can harvest the seed from that and plant it again next year. You know what I mean? So that gives you like an abundant supply of food. Like, and you don't have to have an acre garden or a 2-acre garden. If you just get something, you put it in a windowsill. If you can get extra tomatoes or some lettuce out of it, like anything you can add to your food storage helps. But we also have the food storage, the freeze-dried food storage. Like, that stuff is perfect. It's 25-year shelf life. You can buy it, stick it in your closet, and forget about it. You see what happens when we go to the grocery stores. You know what I mean? The food is, they've got food spread out across the shelves just to make it look like they're full. They're not full. You know what I mean? It's the same product over and over and over again. I mean, our grocery store we're at is consolidated and shut off the last 3 lines of food on the shelves that you can't even go back there anymore. Like, they're running low. And I'll tell you, part of the scary part is this wheat shortage right now. A lot of survival food is made with grains. Like, how much time do we have left before you can't get survival food? Like, it's running out. So it's important to get stocked up on this now to be ready for whatever happens.
Yeah. So as part of the kits that you can get, buckets of survival food sufficient to last a few weeks or even enough to last 12 months. This is for the entire family as well, I'm assuming. This
is for the entire family. We've got 4 different kits. We've got an entree kit, we've got a protein kit, a breakfast kit, and a fruit and vegetable kit. And I didn't go light on these kits. I mean, they're full of meals. They're not full of rice and beans or drink mixes or anything like that. I mean, they're stocked with real food.
So we were certainly happy to see it. Obviously we love doing business with Christians and patriots and Americans that love and embrace our country and care about the population here. These are brothers and sisters in Christ. And these little kids running around here, just take a look at them the next time you're driving around the park. These kids are going to be starving. I mean, this isn't fear-mongering. This is trying to prepare you for this.
The babies are already starving.
Right.
Like, we can't even take care of infants in this country. Like, we're out of baby formula. This is crazy to me. I mean, this is the greatest country in the world, and we ran out of baby formula? Like, don't think for a second they're not going to do it to the grocery store shelves.
Yeah, I mean, they've already told you what they want to do. These are the same people that are sponsoring this intentional shortage to starve your babies as the ones that are right now picketing and protesting for their, quote, constitutional right to kill and dismember unborn babies. These are the same people. So if you think they're not capable of starving you, look at what they're already doing to pre-birth children as they're ripping them apart and sucking them out of the womb and then celebrating it like it's their God-given right. These people don't believe in God. These people are demonic Satan worshipers, and they will absolutely kill your kids. They will starve you, and they will lock you down and force you to wear, muzzles on your face and force you into injections and compel you by the threat of the loss of your job and your income that you work simply for the purpose of providing for the kids that you love and care about so much. The destruction of the nuclear family is what they're looking at here in this genocide. Go to heavensharvest.com. Again, heavensharvest.com, and check all of that out. Clayton, it was so great to have you. Thank you so much for being here.
Stu, thanks for having me.
All right. And so we have one more video here we're going to show. One more video, and we're going to conclude for tonight. Did the X-Files warn us about what's happening and what's coming? Compare every word to the current state of the world. All right. Listen to all of what's said here in this X-Files. Okay. And this is fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
Tad O'Malley has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant Director. It may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
What I'm saying, Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to tamper with your DNA.
So here it is. They're talking about the DNA tampering. Let's hear that again.
Tad O'Malley has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA put in your genome, put there without you knowing it. Oh, but it gets better.
Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to tamper with your DNA.
Unless we gave them that ability.
Unless we gave them that ability. How did people give over their ability to have their DNA tampered with? This is 2016 that this X-Files came out. 4 years before the lockdown.
You say they're tampering with our DNA, that they're able to shut down our immune systems by the addition of something to our DNA.
Yes, but I don't know how exactly.
Or how it's being triggered.
I don't know that either.
Or why it's happening now.
What can we possibly do?
We need to act quickly.
You were right about that.
Well, I was wrong about the science. I was wrong about what's causing it. Dead wrong, in fact.
But it's clearly a widespread failure of our immune systems.
Through gene tampering. A virus within a virus that was put there through the smallpox vaccine. It's what these men are calling...
And then now talking about smallpox. It was put there by the smallpox injection.
The Spartan virus.
We have to figure this out. What's wrong with the science?
Okay. The Spartan virus removes the adenosine deaminase gene from your DNA. Removes the ADA gene and your immune system will simply vanish.
Yeah, but...
Gene deletion. Moving parts of your DNA, genetic engineering, and then your immune system will just vanish. Autoimmune disease. Okay, when you don't have an immune system, you're good as dead. You're the walking dead.
But I'm not getting sick.
It's only a matter of time.
Okay. So how does it work? How does the virus remove the ADA gene?
A process called CRISPR-Cas.
CRISPR-Cas9. We talked about this technology. How it removes the gene or DNA. You talked about the God gene as well, right?
It's 9. RNA and a protein cutting genes at exact locations.
Exactly.
A protein, as in a spike protein, cutting the gene in the exact location?
Exactly, but in this instance used as a weapon.
It's the ultimate weapon.
It's the ultimate weapon.
The ability to depopulate the planet.
The ability to depopulate the planet.
To kill everyone but the chosen.
To kill everyone but the chosen, because the chosen ain't taking it. All right, and that could be looked at as the righteous chosen, that, you know, the very elect, if it were possible, the very elect would be deceived, and also the devil's chosen that aren't taking it but are taking placebos. Matter of fact, I seen a video today, maybe y'all seen it. Justin Bieber now, his face, he now has some type of Bell palsy going on where his face is now jacked up from the juice. And notice this is in X-Files. X-Files was known as an extraterrestrial type show dealing with aliens. Okay, so we're about to start seeing a lot more Justin Biebers and much, much worse coming out before this year is over. Okay, so they must have something in place, a catastrophe or an event, to distract people away from what's going on in our reality real time from those that took the juice, that got the scorpion sting.
Tampering with their DNA.
Through gene editing.
Why do such a thing and lie about it? Our own government.
Your own government lies as a matter of course, as a matter of policy. The Tuskegee experiments on black men in the 30s, Henrietta Lacks.
The Tuskegee experiment of black men in the 30s. Oh yeah, so now they're about to do the predictive programming bit on you, full speed. All the different things the government does.
What are they trying to do?
That's the missing piece.
But it's not hard to imagine a government hiding, hoarding technology for 70 years at the expense of human life and the future of the planet. Driven not only by corporate greed, but a darker objective.
The takeover of America.
And then the world itself, by any means necessary, however violent or cruel or efficient. By severe drought, brought on by weather wars, conducted secretly using aerial contaminants and high-altitude electromagnetic waves, in a state of perpetual war, to create problem, reaction, solution scenarios to distract, enrage, and enslave American citizens at home, with tools like the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization Act, which abridge the Constitution in the name of national security. The militarization of police forces in cities across the U.S., the building of prison camps by the Federal Emergency Management Agency with no stated purpose, the corporate takeover of food and agriculture, pharmaceuticals and healthcare, even the military in clandestine agendas to fatten, dull, sicken, and control a populace already consumed by consumerism.
And I encourage you all to go shopping more.
A government that taps your phone, collects your data, and monitors your whereabouts with impunity. A government preparing to use that data against you when it strikes. And the final takeover begins.
The takeover of America.
By a well-oiled and well-armed multinational group of elites that will cull, kill, and subjugate.
Happening as we sit here.
It's happening all around us.
The other shoe waiting to drop.
It'll probably start on a Friday. The banks will announce a security action necessitating their computers to go offline all weekend.
Digital money will disappear.
They can just steal your money?
Followed by the detonation of strategic electromagnetic pulse bombs to knock out major grids.
What will seem like an attack on America by terrorists or Russia.
An invasion of the U.S.
The Russians tried it in '47.
And you can't forget the Russian cherry on the top. The truth is out there, And the truth is stranger than fiction. All right. And again, the name of this video, did the X-Files warn us about what's happening and what's coming? Compare every word to the current state of the world. Listen to everything being said in this video and take a look at what's going on right now, real time in our reality. All right. And last but not least, I want to show the promotional video that I showed earlier for Officer Pala. Again, his new album, Circumspect. Here's the promotional video for it.
Shalom, family. First and foremost, giving all praises to Ahaya in the name of his son Yeshaya, where we're Wakakwadash. This is your Ak Portland presenting to you here today, Circumspect, by our beloved brother Pala Salah. And now I'm speaking on salvation, self-examination, and repentance. We pray that it's edifying to your spirit. It's available on Bandcamp. Go check it out. Let's go. Shalom, family. First and foremost, giving all praises to Ahaya in the name of his son Yeshaya, where we're Wakakwadash. This is your Ak Portland presenting to you here today, Circumspect, by our beloved brother Pala Salah. And now I'm speaking on salvation, self-examination, and repentance. We pray that it's edifying to your spirit. It's available on Bandcamp. Go check it out. Let's go.
All right. And again, Officer Azaniah, if you could put in the link where brothers and sisters can actually support Officer Pala with his latest project, Circumspect. I got to check it out myself. I know brother's very, very talented. Looking forward to hearing this album. All right. And that is the broadcast for tonight, family. Davos 2022 and the upcoming economic hurricane, as our reality is very, very real right now as far as the prophetic revelation that the scriptures have spoken about, and they are giving us their playbook real time, and have been telling us it for many, many decades. They mock us with Hollywood movies, video games, TV shows. And someone said that did we peep that he said it will start on a Friday? Well, the scripture that we use so many times for this broadcast is, pray that your flight be not in the winter nor on the Sabbath. Okay, so when you're talking about the desolation of abomination, no better time to start than going into the Sabbath. Okay, you read the Maccabees, you'll see them fleeing on the Sabbath. That was the time that the Greeks, knew when to come after Maccabees on the Sabbath day. All right, that's the day we're out of pocket. We might be a little bit more lackadaisical on that day, not paying attention. But Christ warned us, if any day you pay attention, you better pay attention on the Sabbath day. All right. So with that, it's 11 Central Time here, my time. So I want to thank you, brothers and sisters, for tuning in tonight. Definitely glad that I was able to be here, have this broadcast through everything else going on. It was definitely very challenging to be here and be here in an adequate form. So I appreciate you, brothers and sisters, support. It actually helps me, through the broadcast, and I love reading your comments and everything else that you bring. Definitely get prepared. Get the things in place that you need first, spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally. Things that we're going to deal with in this time, our mind probably can't even comprehend. So there's only so much preparation that one can do, but do as much preparation as you can. All right. And with that being said, bless you all. Shabbat Shalom. Seek Zion. If it be the Most High's will, see you back here 2 weeks from now on Friday night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon, here for the Gathering of Christ Church, signing off.